happens. We'll see if I'm actually live. We'll see what's up. Alright, I think I'm live. I'm going to X out of this now, I guess. Pull up chat. Salutations. If you can actually hear me and I'm actually alive, let me know. I really never know with YouTube streaming, because they kind of change the way that it works every now and then. So we'll see what happens. And as soon as I'm sure I'm live, I'm going to start rumbling, I guess. Oh, we live? Sick. How's it going, Wadi? How's it going, Jakub? WTF Bethany, Lewis Hill, Darkstar, Anime Moose, Jacob Smith, Poltergeistig. I'm going to stop reading everyone's names because it's going to get overwhelming. But yeah, I'm alive. It's Rumble weekend. I am so excited to play this game. I've been wanting to play this actually for months now. So I'm really excited to get back into all the rumbling again. And yeah, how are y'all doing tonight? Glad to see so many people here already. Dang, it's like within the first minute already. Hope everything's going all right with y'all. Hope if you're shiny hunting that the hunts are going well. Hope if y'all are trying to stay in the spoiler bunkers from Sword and Shield spoilers that y'all are successfully avoiding them, as I'm trying to do as well. If you're rumbling, hope the rumbling's going well. Just hope everything's going well in general right now. And yeah, let's get into this. It's going to take me, as usual, it's going to take me a little bit to get into the groove of things, of like focusing on the rumble and focusing on the chat at the same time. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, let's go. Oh, congrats, Jacob, on the shiny Abra in the game corner. That's sick. Are we talking Fire Red Leaf Green here, or Heart Gold Soul Silver, or a different game? The Fire Red Leaf Green game corner Abra is ridiculously fast. Elite Mavs fan, I did not see the leaks, and I am doing my best to avoid them. Like, I've already muted like 20 people on Twitter. But I'm not going to talk too much about avoiding it, because saying that I'm avoiding it will bring out some very evil people whose one goal in life is to ruin how other people enjoy games or how they perceive spoilers. So I am not going to talk too much more about it. But yeah, what's going to be my first full odds shiny in Sword and Shield? It's actually looking like I might go for a starter this time. I've never actually gone for a shiny starter in a brand new generation. Like, I've only gone for a shiny starter once before starting my first playthrough of a game, and that's Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. And that doesn't really count because I already knew it was going to happen, since it's basically just a remake of Ruby and Sapphire. But with Sword and Shield, I'm really thinking about going for a starter. It'll be interesting. And if I can also like chicken out at any time I want and still go back to resetting the starter, because the Switch lets you have multiple save files with the multiple accounts. So that's what I think the plan is going to be right now. I don't entirely know yet. My plans are super up in the air right now. We're just going to play it by ear and see what happens. Oh yeah, Skyrus on the... You didn't get the shiny Pumpkaboo yet? That's how it goes with Halloween hunts. So many of them just don't like to show up in time for Halloween. Like, I hunted Spiritomb like 3 or 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago. Oh my gosh. It's been so long. But I started that hunt, I want to say in like early October or September. I think it was like on the night of a blood moon or something oddly significant like that. I just remember like looking at that blood moon thinking, yeah, I'm hunting Spiritomb. And I was hoping to get it by Halloween and make it my Halloween hunt, and I didn't get it till like right before Thanksgiving Day, so I named it Turkey Ghost. Halloween hunts just love to like play tricks on you like that. Oh, and a $10 super chat from Brosidon. How's it going, dude? You're like the master of really good early comments on videos. I've noticed that. Like, you've always got like so many thumbs up on all your early comments, dude. You predict 18 shinies. Good luck this weekend, Matt. Hope you have a ton of fun. Thanks so much, dude. 18, I'd be very happy with 18. My goal is always I always aim low. My goal is like to get more than 10. I realize that's not low for most people, but I do really kind of no-life this game on Rumble weekend. So for me, 10 is like a good like average estimate for what I hope to get for the amount of time that I put in. Swedish Pokemon, around since 2012. That is a long time. I haven't watched like some of my earlier videos in so long. They're ridiculous. And I'm always going to leave them up no matter how like weird or cringy they might seem to be later on with some of the stuff I did, I had so much fun making them that I'm always going to keep those really weird old videos up. Am I related to Alex? I've gotten a couple of comments asking about this Alex guy, and I legitimately have no idea who he is, and I am most likely not related. Bagel Teeth, thank you so much for the $15. That's crazy. Can't stay long. Best of luck. Hopefully I'll be able to get something while you're still here. That'd be sick. With Rumble, you never know what might happen. I've had a couple of these kickoff streams where I've gotten a shiny within the first room of the very first run. Didn't happen this time, of course, because we're on our second run right now, but we'll see what happens. Oh, that Persian on the ground made that Persian look like it was sparkling, and sparkling Persian is something I always have to check because of how, like, subtle its shiny is. Do I like Rumble World? Honestly, I can't get into the new game, Rumble games as often, really. Mostly because there are not shinies in those games, as silly as it sounds. Like, normally shinies aren't like the make and break for what makes me enjoy a Pokemon game, because I love the Mystery Dungeon series. But for some reason, Rumble without shinies, after experiencing a Rumble with shinies, just feels so much emptier. Especially in, like, Rumble World, as fun as it is. And what's up, Johnstone? And what's up, Brendan? How y'all doing? I think I saw Rozo earlier, too. I am missing so many chat messages, and I apologize for that, but I'll try and get into the groove of things and try and read all of them as the stream progresses on. Dodo Red, you're picking Grookey, and there's nothing I can do to change that. I respect that. Being steadfast in a starter decision is something that I greatly respect, because I am terrible at, like, making up my mind on the starter that I choose. I think almost all my starter decisions in every Pokemon game, I've loosely wanted to go with one Pokemon, and then I just start the game and I pick one starter, and that's just what I roll with, like, with no thought whatsoever. Thanks, Savannah. Yeah. I've been thinking, like, back whenever the starters were first revealed, I really wanted to go with Scorbunny. But lately, I've felt like Grookey is calling me for some reason. I really don't know. Well, what starter I'm gonna pick is gonna be just as much a surprise to me as it will be to y'all. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah. The point that I was trying to make with that whole monologue was I respect people who, like, see one starter and they're like, yeah, that's the starter that I want. I'm going to become the #1 fan of this starter and only this starter. That's commitment. You can trust those people. These Machamp are really frustrating to go up against in here because they all know Cross Chop, and its hitbox is gigantic. So, like, it's so hard to traverse the floors of this area without getting smacked by Cross Chop. Thanks for the super chat, Team Galactic Sven. That's a great name. Loved your new level 100 gauntlet. Good luck tonight. Thank you. You're excited to see what the choice is going to be, Benji? Yeah, I'm just as excited as you because I have no idea. What is Rumble Weekend? Rumble Weekend's a community event where pretty much everyone who has Pokemon Rumble for the Wii, and if you don't, you're invited to play it in whatever way you can play it, just shiny hunts for the entire weekend and sees what they can get. Because you see so many Pokemon at once in this game that it's pretty easy to rack up shinies pretty quickly. So over the span of a weekend, you can really get in a nice haul of stuff. And it's fast enough, too, that if you don't have a lot of time during the weekend, you can just find one or two and still participate. It's awesome. Rumble's really fun. Hey, when is Safari Week going to be? Safari Week happens like once a year, and it's almost always in the early summer, probably sometime in June. It's been in May before, really late May, but it's most likely going to be in June. I am definitely doing a Twitter poll for when Safari Week comes around. And sorry for not doing a Twitter poll for this Rumble weekend. It really did sneak up on me. I wanted to do one in order to, like, see when would be the best date for everyone right before Sword and Shield release. But then this week came around, and I was like, well, I kind of have to do a Rumble weekend now. Because next weekend wouldn't be very good for me. Dude, this shirt is a Tauros Pokemon shirt. My friend Phil got it for me recently, like, out of the blue. Like, One day, got a text that was like, "What's your favorite Gen 1 Pokemon?" And I just said like, "Oh, at the time I was feeling Tauros." I was like, "Tauros." And he got it for me as like a birthday gift, but like a kind of late birthday gift since they didn't ship in the U.S. till now. Such a sick shirt. I've been wearing it like pretty much all day today. I even wore it to work. That's what I love about this Pokemon shirt series. You really get some good mileage out of it, even in like the office. Get through here. Fiery Furnace is probably one of the most annoying ones to navigate, because almost all the electric types here know Discharge, and they just love to like it takes up like a huge area, just like in Mystery Dungeon how it covers a whole floor. It basically has the same effect in this game. And Aerodactyl's weak to it too, which is pretty bad. So what Pokemon do I want to get this weekend? Do I target anything? I personally don't target anything in Rumble. It's very possible to kind of loosely target things by going to like different levels, because in the lower levels, in the lower floors, there's a much smaller pool of Pokemon that you can find in each level. So you could like theoretically just go to like a specific one if you wanted to get a better chance of getting a specific target. But I just go to EX where pretty much everything appears. There are also the minions in the boss rooms, and you can kind of hunt those too by just taking them like out one by one. Like in here, we could just kill these Rapidash non-stop, and more Rapidash will spawn, and we could just hunt Rapidash here forever. But to me, that's kind of boring compared to just running through the floors, so I've never really done that before. But we'll just let a few more Rapidash spawn here. See. But yeah. Do I take walks in the cold? Absolutely. And I almost always wear shorts still, too, because I'm in Louisiana. So, like, the cold is, like, the Diet Coke of cold, maybe even like the LaCroix of cold, compared to, I guess, like the Coca-Cola cold of like the north. Because down here, like, cold for us is like in the 30s or something, and I really like I don't wear long pants unless like it's below 20 degrees, and that happens like maybe once or twice a year, or if it's like snowing, which happens like once every 5 years. I'm ready to rock right now. How long do I think I'm going to be streaming for? Typically with these kickoff streams, I just stream for a couple hours, and my goal is to get at least one shiny on stream, but I'm probably going to set like a good cutoff of 3 hours if I don't find a shiny, because you can drought pretty long in this game since it's all random, and as is shiny hunting. See what's up. You're in Shreveport, Jaywalker? Yeah, I've been there a lot. Cool place. What's my favorite shiny Pokemon? Probably Absol, as boring as it sounds. It's the first shiny that I ever wanted to hunt, so it's my favorite for that sentimental reason. But it's hard for me to pick favorites in terms of Pokemon otherwise. Like, I've done a bunch of those, like, pick your favorite Pokemon quizzes where it, like, gives you the process of elimination and a huge list of Pokemon to pick from, and every time I've gotten, like, different results. Outside of, like, maybe my top 3 or 5. Oh, you're doing a 1 in 128 item quest? Are you talking Earthbound? Oh, that's so much fun. I gotta go back and do that someday. I started one of those runs and got like halfway through it, but never finished it. Dude, are you in Louisiana? That's my home state. What's your favorite snowball flavor? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I've lived in Louisiana all my life. Been all over Louisiana. But yeah, believe it or not, I just had my first snowball earlier this summer when a truck started like parking outside of work with it. And snowballs are like infinitely better than snow cones, and I didn't even realize what the difference was. But I think my favorite is the wedding cake flavor. It's like a clear snowball, and it just tastes really good. It almost tastes like cake, which is really surprising. Orange 2567 with the Earthbound. I'm glad y'all are so excited about Rumble Weekend. I'm super excited too. No idea what I'm going to find this time. I'm really hoping to get, like, at least one rare shiny. And, of course, there's always, like, the pipe dream of getting a boss exclusive shiny or just a boss shiny in general. We'll see what happens. It's not too far-fetched to assume that we might find, like, a boss shiny or something, because I found one on stream before. Shiny Farfetch'd would actually be sick in this game, though, because it's really, really rare in, like, Windy Prairie. Some of these Pokemon are so rare, it's, like, crazy. Like, you could go, like, through 10 runs of a place without seeing some of these Pokemon that spawn in only one location. Thanks, Super Luigi. What was my first Pokemon game? I started with Pokemon Gold. Back in, like, 2001. And then I worked backwards and got Blue, then Crystal, then Ruby, and then every single game after that, like, as it released. I gotta get Bubblegum? Oh, that sounds crazy. But yeah, like, one of the most life-changing things that I didn't know about Snowballs is that you can get them stuffed with ice cream, which is so good. Like, I don't know how anyone finishes anything larger than a small snowball, because, like, they're massive, and they're really, like, filling for what they are. I guess it takes, like, some real, like, New Orleans prowess to, like, go through a large snowball or something. I'm an amateur when it comes to it. Can you transfer Pokemon from Rumble to other games? No, you cannot, actually. But you can transfer them to your Wii Remote. Like, the Wii Remote has a very small internal storage that's primarily used for, like, storing Miis. And, this is one of the very few games that also utilizes it. So you could, like, take your shinies that you find in this game, put it on your Wii Remote, and if you go to someone else's house or something who has Rumble, you can use your Pokemon to play through the levels and stuff with them. It's a pretty neat concept. Like, with what this game is, they really didn't have to do that, but it opens up a whole new avenue with, like, how multiplayer works and stuff in this game. I haven't played multiplayer nearly enough, by the way. I had an IRL with Mr. Let's Play, and I still need to upload a shiny Blitzel I got during that. And we played a little bit of Rumble 2 player, and it was really fun, and found a couple shinies. You believe that I can get a shiny? Thanks, William. I believe too. We'll see what happens. As a Brit, what is a snowball? Okay, a snowball is basically a snow cone, but the ice is more, like, thinly shaved, and it's done with, like, a special kind of machine. Like, I think it's called, like, a snowball machine. And, yeah, I think that's pretty much the main difference. And it's a lot softer than a snow cone. Less icy feeling. You were playing Earthbound a few minutes ago and you're stuck in the Moonside part. Please send help. Everything's backwards there. Look for invisible people. Because they exist in Moonside. That's the advice I'm going to give on that. It's been so long since I've played through Earthbound, man. Good game. It is disappointing that you can't find shinies in the new Rumble game. I do think that maybe finding shinies in this game was a happy coincidence, since they used the My Pokemon Ranch models in this game, and shinies were already modeled for those. I think that's why shinies are in this game in general, pretty much. Like, they made all the shinies for Ranch, so they're like, oh, might as well put them in this game. But in future Rumble games, they had to make specific Rumble models for, like, the 5th gen and up Pokemon. So I don't think they wanted to expend the extra effort to, like, put in or make it the shiny textures for all of those extra additional generations of Pokemon. Because this game only contains 1st and 4th gen, too. Though the My Pokemon Ranch models covers 1st through 4th gen. So it also has 2nd and 3rd gen. But, yeah, I think, like, they just never wanted to make the shiny textures for the others. So that's why all the future Rumble games after this don't have shinies. But shinies are definitely what gives this game so much replayability for me. Like, I would not have over 400 hours in this game if it weren't for shinies, for sure. You're playing Cuphead? Oh, good luck. That game's a fun grind. Frustrating, but fun at the same time. Really rewarding to finish a boss in that. Never caught me live, and now you have, PlayStation Kid? Yeah. Me being live is, like, really rare most of the time. Like, on YouTube, I only stream for these Rumble weekends. And on Twitch, I like stream like once in a blue moon. But I've been streaming a little bit more lately, doing like casual Donkey Kong Country speedruns because I've just been feeling like doing that for some reason. But yeah, I don't stream very often. Poltergeist, yeah, pretty much. Like, in case you're not aware, like a while back, I still need to make a formal like video or something, posting a lot of my findings on this. But the data for third and second gen Pokemon does exist within this game, but they didn't include the models in it. So if you try to load up a third or second gen Pokemon game, the game crashes. It's interesting. Like, I wish I could go into it more, but I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details right now because last time I was digging around in that was May, and now I'm just like playing this. So I'm sure my explanation would be really wordy, not make much sense, and I wouldn't cover all the right ground that I would in like making like a video about it or something instead. Can you get a shiny boss Pokemon? Yes, and it's so sick. Like, finding a shiny boss is like one of the holy grails of this game. Like, oh, it's incredible. It's happened to me twice before, but I do have friends who have been playing this game for just as long as me, if not much longer, because I only started playing this game in 2014 and it's been out for 10 years now, and they've never found a shiny boss before. So it's really, really rare. And on top of that, there are like multiple Pokemon that are boss exclusive, so they can only be shiny as a boss, which makes them like incredibly rare. It's crazy. That's why I keep playing Rumble. Like, they're like, some of the events that happen in this game are so rare that they'll almost definitely never happen unless you're just like playing it a lot. So Rumble Weekend exists to hopefully bring out those crazy rare events, and I think it's been working. Like, people of almost every Rumble Weekend have been finding things that I can only dream of finding in this game. You'll freak out if you get shiny supersized Pumpkaboo. Oh yeah, that one's so sick. I love how it has a different cry and stuff too. That'd be incredible. Good luck on anyone trying to finish up Halloween hunts. I'm sure they won't mind if you like swap the candy corn out or something. I'm sure they'll still enjoy like Halloween candy leftovers. I just realized it's still a Halloween thing, but I was trying to make an analogy there that doesn't actually really work, because around Thanksgiving every year, my mom would swap out the candy corn for like pumpkin candy corn, and then I realized it's still very Halloween. Like, as soon as Halloween ended, she would start getting some like pumpkin-shaped candy corn for like November. I guess it's more like fall and harvest themed, but at the same time, it's still very Halloween. So, never mind. That analogy made no sense. Do I have anything yet? I do not. And actually, like right above me, I have a counter that'll count how many shinies I found for the weekend. So, can refer to that to see if I found anything yet. And I definitely don't I don't count encounters in this game because of how like many Pokemon I see at once, so I just let it go as I go. Some people count runs, which is kind of cool, but I don't count anything. I just kind of play Rumble. Just so much extra stuff to focus on because I'm already like trying to focus on so many things on screen all at once, making sure they're not shiny. And by the way, just so like you don't get freaked out by it in the future if you're not aware of it, see this coughing right there? It's sparkling, but it's not shiny. There are Pokemon that can just be sparkling, and all that means it's a guaranteed recruit. Shiny Pokemon will have that sparkle effect and also be a different color. But yeah, like if you see something sparkling and I walk right past it, don't worry, I didn't miss a shiny, most likely. It's probably just me walking past a normal sparkling Pokemon. Harvest Festival? Oh, throwback. Throwback, Brendan. Good old shiny events. Chingling. What happens once I find one? It's also a guaranteed recruit. So when I find a shiny in this game, I'm just going to knock it out and pick it up. It'll go into like my massive like Pokemon list. Like I have 47 pages of Pokemon here. But yeah, it'll go into the massive Pokemon list. And then I'll actually finish the run and really defeat the boss, because that's how you keep the Pokemon. And yeah, that'll be how it goes. What's weird to me, and it's a strange design choice, is that if you lose, like if all three of your Pokemon get knocked out, you get to keep everything from the run. Same as if you like actually defeat the boss. But if you do what I do normally and go to the pause menu and exit from the run, you don't get to keep them and you lose all your progress in the level. So I always found that kind of strange. Like, there's no penalty for losing. Like, if you completely lose, you get to keep everything. But there's a penalty for quitting out of a level, which is basically just faster losing. Strange choice, but yeah. That's why I gotta, like, either defeat the boss or lose to the boss when I find a shiny. I normally don't do it, though, because it saves time to, like, not fight the boss. Because really, like, the in-game money doesn't really matter when I'm just, like, running through the levels hunting. You played this game. It was your childhood. They have shinies? Yeah. They do. I never got this game originally when it first came out on WiiWare until, like, 2014 when I discovered that there were shinies in the game from watching some people's YouTube videos on it. Like, shout out to Fernando the Kitten, who found a shiny boss Charizard. I think that's the first Rumble video that I watched that really got me into it. And ever since, I've just been playing this game looking for those shinies. Am I using a GameCube controller? Kind of. I'm playing on a Wii U right now because it has the HDMI output. And I'm using a Wii Remote controller that's like modeled after the GameCube controller. I think it was made for Smash, but I never use it for Smash. I just use it for Rumble. It's just comfortable. The boss Electabuzz looked so shiny on the recording. Oh, man. Fernando the Kitten, what a legend. Yeah, sometimes the recordings and stuff will play tricks on your eyes. I think what might have made that Electabuzz look shiny is that I'm also using a red background and stuff, so maybe the contrast of that made it look different. Thanks, Gerardo. Am I ready for Sword and Shield? I'm very excited to play the games, but I don't know if I'm fully ready for it yet. There's so much stuff that I need to do like before those games come out. Well, I don't really need to do it, but I want to. Like, I want to finish the trial quests somehow. Maybe not upload everything, but I want to at least find all the shinies. I've got 3 left, so we'll see what happens. Is this game free? It was not. It was $15 originally, I want to say. But they closed down the Wii Shop channel last year, so there's no way to buy it anymore. So if you want to play this game and you don't have any way to play it, you pretty much have to either emulate it or use Homebrew. But this is the copy of the game that I bought back in 2014. Previous stage, there was a lighter Haunter. That might have been the lighting playing tricks. I don't know. I might have missed one, though. But Haunter in this game, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same shade outside of the blue mouth whenever it's shiny. I found a shiny Haunter before, and I didn't even notice the difference. Oh yeah, Umbrella's got to finish that adventure in Alola first. Am I going to be doing the Colossal event in Go? Probably not. I'm never too, like, interested in raids, honestly. Mostly because of how much coordination it takes to go and do raids and stuff. And normally when I play Go, I just kind of want to go for a chill walk around, like, some path somewhere. Just by myself catching Pokemon. Raids are just kind of a hassle, I guess. I think it's a cool concept, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love what raiding has done for Pokemon Go communities and stuff. It's just not my favorite thing. That Weeping Bell is sparkling, but it's not shiny. But you know what? I'll kill it just in case. Not shiny. Shinies also have blue text in their names. It's a really cool way to distinguish a shiny from a not shiny. Wait, is this the guy who does races with the 360 guy? I am not. Are you talking 360 Chrism? Like the Mario speedrunner? I've heard of him, but I don't do any speedrunning races. Does Rumble Blast have shinies? No, but I've heard it's a sick game. Yeah, Gage, I've actually been thinking about shiny Kameo, or you know, something in that line. That'd be a really cool one to get. Like, I think that's a contender for something I might try to full odds SOS, actually, since you can find anything in the line through the SOS there. It'd be crazy to get, like, a shiny, like, Hakamoa or something. Really crazy looking shiny, too. Like, gold and pink. It's, like, so gaudy, but it's perfect because of that. Grats Force needed on the Bulbasaur. A shiny Lucario boss would be cool. Yeah! I think someone got one too, and it was Speedy, which is the best possible thing it can be. Since, like, you can teach it agility and do runs through the levels like I'm doing with Aerodactyl here. Speedy with agility, like, speeds up this whole process of hunting so much. It's crazy. Like, I think my first Rumble weekend, I wasn't using a Speedy Aerodactyl, and I think I only found a few shinies that time. And if you go back and watch that video compared to any other Rumble weekend, you can just see how slowly I'm traversing the levels in comparison. It's crazy. Good luck on the Lugia, Lemon Cake. Sick hunt. I need to go for a Lugia myself someday. I almost read Lugia as Luigi for some reason. I guess it's been because of Luigi's Mansion 3. Which is a game that I want to get a little bit deeper in sometime, but probably won't because Sword and Shield are coming out. But played a little bit of it last night at a Halloween party thing where we played a bunch of spooky levels and it was really cool. Played the intro of it. How's it going, Mr. Walrus? It's going alright. Just looking for shinies and Rumble. Yeah, exactly, Pepe Boba. It's so cool because of that. Because, like, I don't know, shinies, like, the fact that they're just purely cosmetic differences, a lot of people think it's worthless because of that, but I think there's just so much more, like, personal value you can attribute to it for being, like, a really rare, like, simple cosmetic change that doesn't affect the gameplay at all. What's up, all the people from Kanto Kairyu? I appreciate it. Kanto Kairyu. Kairyu? For some reason, pronouncing that is, like, difficult for me tonight, but I appreciate y'all. The raid. See, you've been hunting a lot lately. Best of luck if you've been hunting something. What are you hunting now? I saw you were, like, going for Darkrai recently. I don't know if you got it yet or not. Did I ever play Rumble World? I played a little bit of it on the 3DS. And I didn't get too far in it. Mostly because, like, I'd reached, like, the daily limit of, like, number of runs I could do. And I was like, oh, lame, I can't play anymore. So I just stopped playing. That's another thing I really like about this Rumble. I think that's one of the things that turned me off the most about Rumble World, honestly. That I couldn't just run through and do, like, as many runs as I want at a time. Because that's what all this Rumble's about. How do I stream Rumble? I stream it on my Wii U. Because it has the HDMI output. It's just really easy to hook up that way. This is the original copy that I, like, downloaded back in 2014. Lots of Monferno. Yeah, if shinies were, like, premium cosmetic things, I don't know how I'd feel about them in comparison. Like, if finding a shiny was, like, pay $20 to get a Squirtle with a green shell, I probably wouldn't be all over it as much of someone who purchases Pokemon stuff would be. I just love how it's, like, something that you can find just through core gameplay, but it's really, really, really rare. Did I see the leaks? No. And I probably won't. If I'm lucky. Rumble's a rare sight to see. Every Rumble weekend, though. It's going to come back. This event happens a few times a year. Not very frequently played, though. Outside of it. There are a few people who speedrun this game, which is pretty cool. I watched a little bit of a speedrun once of this, and it's pretty fascinating. Like, I think there's a passwords category and a category where they don't use any of the password Pokemon, but getting the Speedy Rattata early on seems to be a really big strategy of the run, which is pretty interesting. Is there anything in particular I really want to find this weekend? Really, I just want to find something new. Like, that's the most realistic thing. Like, I don't mind getting dupes, because, like, I'm bound to find a ton of dupes in this game, but getting something that I don't have yet in my collection is the ideal. What was my fastest hunt ever? You got a Vulpix and 4 SOS calls and a Wimpod after 29 encounters. I want to say maybe my fastest hunt ever was pretty recently with a Swinub that I got like last December. I got it in 16 encounters. Like, I just started like setting up the hunt, and I was just doing it on the side with my Coliseum Bayleaf, which I still haven't found yet, and I haven't hunted in like 8 months. But I was just doing it as a side hunt on stream, and within 16 encounters, bam, shiny Swinub. It was crazy. What do I do for work? I do programming. Computer stuff. All these people representing their starters out in the chat. Meanwhile, I'm just that guy that's just super indecisive. But I will say the Grookey gang is calling me right now. I don't know, I've been feeling it lately. Got a weird feeling about it. How many shinies am I missing? A whole lot. Probably go through and count them later, but rough estimate, like probably half of them. I think I might have half the shinies in this game. But I don't know, half would be like a whole generation of Pokemon, and I definitely don't have that many. Have I ever had an Arrow chocolate bar? I've had, when Hershey released some sort of, like, air bubble chocolate bar a really, really long time ago. But I haven't had, like, the actual Arrow bar. Like, the bona fide Arrow bar. No, I haven't had that. Don't think I've even really seen it in stores lately. Thanks, K-Bakes. I'm going to try to stream a little bit more with Sword and Shield. Don't fully know my plans yet, though. It's kind of up in the air right now. I'll just play it by ear. I'm going to be hunting regardless, that's for sure. Score honeys for life. I haven't heard the term score honey. I like that term. That's pretty good. What's my favorite Pokemon game? For me, it's Ruby and Sapphire. Like, I don't know, 3rd gen just holds a very special place in my heart. That was the first generation that I really experienced as it was brand new. And I think it was the epitome of, like, what my Pokemon experience is what I want. Like, what I want the Pokemon experience to be like. Every single time a new game comes out, I just kind of compare it in my head to, like, how Ruby and Sapphire went. And don't get me wrong, I still enjoy it, like, just as much every time. But, I don't know, Ruby and Sapphire will always stand a little bit ahead for me. Thanks, Sundini, or Sundini. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. But it really is awesome to, like, see people get into shiny hunting because they just watch, like, I don't know, a bunch of people hunt and stuff. Maybe get inspired by my videos and stuff. It's so cool just to see more people looking for shinies out in the world. Such an interesting hobby. Yeah, I played a little bit of Rumble World. Emphasis on a little bit. I think what I'm going to do, Jeroen, hopefully I pronounced that right. I'm thinking that I'm going to be doing a full playthrough and probably just doing one shiny hunt over the course of that first playthrough. I want to work a shiny hunt into the movie somehow. Because I want to have at least one shiny on my team going through the Elite Four. Or not the Elite Four, the Pokemon League or whatever. So whether that's my starter or something else, that'll be something that I figure out as I go. But I definitely want to try and focus first. That my first goal for this with Sword and Shield is to do the playthrough movie and find one shiny and release the playthrough movie. And then after that, I'll be going all out with like hunting and gauntlets and stuff. Definitely going to be doing a ton of Sword and Shield gauntlets for a while. Then probably going back to older games for a little bit. Then more Sword and Shield. Just playing it by ear. That's how I always pretty much do things. I never really plan things out too much ahead of time, honestly. Just kind of work on whatever I'm feeling like. What did I end up doing for Bayleaf? It's just forever on hold. I haven't touched it in a while. But I still intend fully on hunting Shiny Shadow Bayleaf and Coliseum. It's just amazing how fast time passes by these days. Like, I think about streaming it every now and then, and I look and I notice last time I streamed it was like 8 months ago, and I was like, dang, I need to stream that again. And then another like 2 months go by, and I'm like, dang, I still haven't streamed that. But I'm sitting like at a nice 1,500 soft resets for it right now. I'll be back at it eventually. Bino. What's up, Famlet Squad for life? That's fun to say. Do people still play Rumble? Yeah. There's this event called Rumble Weekend where people play Rumble for a whole weekend. What's my oldest shiny? Probably like I guess you're asking about like my first shiny. My very first shiny that I actually caught was a Lickitung on Crystal version. It was like some morning before school back in like 2002, 2003. I was about to hop on the bus, but I was like playing some early morning Pokemon at like 6:30 or something. And a brown Lickitung came across my screen. I was like, that's strange. And I thought it was a special encounter like the red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage, and I thought that I did something special to make it appear. I was like, oh, that's so cool. So I caught it, and I named it Special with a question mark. And I've managed to preserve that file over the years, so I still do have that crystal file. I used something called like a mega memory to like save that save file to it, since like the crystal version save file is saved on a battery that'll eventually die. Mega Memory is like a Game Boy Color like cartridge that you can put Pokemon on or put save files on from any Game Boy or Game Boy Color game, and it preserves them over time. And since then, I've gotten like something that lets me dump my save file to my computer. So I've got like my Lickitung save file totally backed up with my first shiny. What's up, Dallas? Dividing my attention between this game and chat can be so tricky sometimes when I go off on monologues. 1 second. You're on the Rumble, dude. Got your new capture card linked to OBS, and it's so much better. Dude, I'm so glad for you. I've heard you were having some major issues with the old one. And what's up, SHZ? Be sure to properly air out your canes. Dude, Zach. That's literally what I did. Like, oh, well, that's the Raging Cajun side of it. That's literally what I did on the way home from work today. I picked up like a 3-finger combo, aired it out in the car. It was like the one time I didn't send an airing out my canes snap, though. So here's a pro tip, though, on that subject. If any of you ever go to Raising Cane's and pick it up, it's a really good chicken place if you don't know what Raising Cane's is. What you got to do is you got to open the styrofoam container just a little bit in the car on the way home. Just make sure like it's in a safe location where it won't spill all over the car, ideally, because that would be really bad, and that makes this all completely moot point. But what you got to do is you got to open up the container just a little bit and air out the canes on the drive home, and it's like so much better. Because otherwise, like the canes gets all soggy when you get home. Like the fries are really, really soft, and it's just not as good. But it gets extra crisp whenever you let it air out like that. But yeah, that's a tip. May or may not come in handy someday. What's this stream about? It is about shiny hunting and Rumble for Rumble Weekend. It was just an event for people to hunt in this game, Pokemon Rumble, for shinies for an entire weekend. See how many they can get. And my goal is to try and get at least 10 shinies, but probably not all at once on this stream. That would take some insane luck. Probably just going to be streaming for about like 3 hours or so. Hopefully going to find at least one shiny on stream. We'll see what happens. All these fire types. Dude, Zaxby's is the same. You've been airing that out lately? I guess when like they give you the chicken or something in a styrofoam container, those styrofoam containers are make or break for it. Like, if you don't air it out, it can make things so bad. Gosh, Magneton. It's like walking through a minefield. Am I going to beat the Elite Four with the Metronome Ursaring? Thank you for the reminder on that, Rishi. I keep forgetting that that is something that I said I would do. That is something that I said I would do like almost 4 years ago now. Maybe someday. I want to. Like, that'll be something I'll get around to eventually. Thank you so much for the super chat, Dark Star. Is that like Australian dollars? A$2.99? Whatever it is, I really appreciate the sentiment. Thanks so much. Best of luck with the shinies. Thank you. Try and see if we can find something. Yeah, Kane's chicken really does like straight up sweat. It's crazy. Like you open it up and like the condensation's everywhere. Like the bag itself is like soggy. That's a good question, Ryan. I actually don't know what would happen with that. I'm assuming the Necrozma would stay not shiny, though. I think you need a shiny Necrozma to do that, and Japan's getting that event right now. And we're not over in America. You never heard of Pokemon Rumble? Yeah, it's kind of obscure. It was only released as a WiiWare game, which means it was like only downloadable on the Wii Shop channel and was never like released physically anywhere. So you just kind of had to know about it on the Wii Shop channel or just maybe browse it to see it. And the Wii Shop channel's gone forever now too, so this game is no longer like officially downloadable. Kind of flew under a lot of people's radars. And the fact that it has shinies flew under a ton of people's radars. Even the demo has shinies too, which is really crazy. There was a demo for this game. What's up, Beast? Thanks so much, Kyle. Yeah, it's definitely an acquired patience. I think I've replied this to a ton of shiny hunting comments before, but I guess I'll also say it here. Starting out shiny hunting and stuff, I was definitely not that patient. Like, I started out hunting a shiny Virizion in Black 2, and I got really, really, like, upset. Like, not upset, but, like, my mind was like, oh no, I'm never going to find this thing whenever I was getting deeper and deeper into the hunt. And I started to really worry, how long am I going to spend doing this? And I'd start calculating the time in my head to hit like all these theoretical odds and stuff. And I thought so much about it. But then it got to my head and then I actually found the thing and I was like, oh, it is possible. And getting over that like barrier is really like how you get more patient with shiny hunting. As weird as it sounds, you just gotta find a shiny in order to like get that patience. And then as you keep finding shinies and stuff, it's almost like second nature. XH John, you should shiny hunt on Pokemon Ranch. Weirdly enough, I think like the Mew and Fione, maybe not the Mew, but I think the Fione might be possible in that game. I remember reading something about that a very long time ago, but don't take my word for it because I haven't really looked into it myself. I think I just like saw that somewhere that there's a slight possibility of that thing being shiny, which is kind of fascinating. Have to fact check that for sure. Hidden Valley is the new Windy Prairie. I love that. With that, I kind of have a confession to make. I'm not a fan of ranch dressing. I'm really not. I don't know why. It is a guaranteed catch if I find a shiny Fam Lit Squad for life, sorry. I'm thankful for that. Thanks so much, Firefight 1331. Yes, Waddy, I'm avoiding it like the plague. If y'all want to watch a good video about avoiding leaks and spoilers, this guy, Tim Rogers, I think he works with Kotaku. He made like a video, how to avoid spoilers for anything ever. And it's like one of the funniest like 30 minutes I've watched in a while. It's like a really good like dry humor all about spoilers and stuff. I appreciated it. Yeah, getting to that Mew is a task. Like, not only do you have to transfer a ton of Pokemon to the ranch, you also have to expand the ranch in the process, because the ranch only holds a certain number of Pokemon at first. And I think, like, you have to wait out actual, like, real-life days in order for the ranch to expand to the right size for those deposits, which is crazy. What shinies am I missing? A whole lot of them. Like, What's weird with Rumble Weekend is that I primarily spend my time on this outside of the stream just chatting with a bunch of friends who are like also playing this, and we get all of our shinies mixed up. Like someone finds a shiny on Rumble Weekend and we're like, "Oh, I already have that." And then I look back at the collection and I'm like, "No, I don't have that. So and so actually found that instead." So it gets so confusing. So I think sometimes I think I have shinies that I don't have and vice versa. Can't tell you how many times I've like looked at a shiny. I'm like, when did I get this? Hopefully we'll add something to that collection pretty soon. Oh no, that thing put us into stun lock. And yeah, there is no like actual transfer at all with this game. I was talking about this a little bit earlier. The only sort of transfer that exists in this game is transferring your Pokemon to your Wii Remote's internal storage, which is kind of fascinating. I'm glad to hear there's a fellow like person in the not liking ranch dressing club. I appreciate you for being in the club with me, Popcorn Pichu. Oh yeah, that's the tricky part about it, avoiding like the spoilers and stuff, Skyrus. Like, I'm have to be like, I'm just like remorseless with the mute button in the weeks leading up to a Pokemon game. Like, I will mute a best friend if they start talking about it on Twitter, and then unmute them afterwards. There are other ways to chat with them and stuff anyway. Just respect how, I guess like the most important takeaway is respect how other people like to do things. Like if you like gushing about all the spoilers and stuff, gush about it. But also if you don't like that at all and you want to like hide in a spoiler bunker like me, that's totally valid too. Just do your best to avoid the people who are gushing. I'm sure like they'll understand. Interesting, touchy subject, I guess, like spoilers and leaks and whatnot. Leaks, yeah, Surfetched. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about leaks. Green onions. How do you know if it's shiny? A shiny will have the sparkling effect that you sometimes see on random Pokemon throughout the runs, and it'll also be a different color. What's up with that Flappy Bird Aerodactyl, right? This game has a very unique art style. Actually, like, the whole concept of this game is that they're all toy Pokemon, and they're all wind-ups with a key. Like, if I die, you'll see me wind up another Pokemon and run through the level with it. Kind of interesting. How many shinies did I find during the time of this stream? I have not found any yet. I've been going at it for about 50 minutes now, too. But that's the nature of shinies. It's all totally random. I will say I get shinies a little bit faster in this game, but I can also drought in this game for hours, too. You never know what Rumble might throw at you. I almost always get at least like one instance of me finding shiny 2 runs in a row, too. It's crazy. Oh yeah, Paul. That's a tricky one too. Hasn't the game been out in like Japan or something? I'm so glad that we have worldwide releases with Pokemon now, so we don't have to worry as much with that. Like with Black and White and Diamond and Pearl and stuff, I fully surrendered seeing like Japanese footage of the games and stuff and experiencing the game for the first time vicariously through like people playing Japanese games or importing them. Your dad just got a shiny Drifloon and Go? That's sick. That's a really cool one to find. He just found it too? That's also kind of crazy since the Halloween event just ended. What are the shiny odds in Rumble? They're presumed to be 1 in 8192, but we're not entirely sure. This game has not been very thoroughly data mined, at least in terms of like actual scripts and how the game like operates. So Shiny odds are kind of up in the air, which is kind of crazy. How's it going, Trash Man? Colin? You just started up for the day, hoping to find some new shinies? Good luck. I forget, are you the one who has the shiny Lucario? I want to say you are. So cool. We were talking about that shiny Lucario earlier. I think it was either you or Jake who has it. Jake Tuick. Let's see. Started up for the day? It's 8 here in Ontario. Yeah. Started up about 50 minutes ago. First rumbling of the weekend for me. Hoping I can find something on stream. Would be sick. And shout out to the troopers who are in Europe right now. Still awake right now, rumbling. I guess you don't have to be that much of a trooper since it's Friday and the weekend's coming up. But you're still a trooper for still being awake at this time in your time zones. It's got to be past midnight for y'all. What's my favorite Pokemon? Absol. Pretty easy answer. What are my favorites after that? That's a difficult one, though. That changes pretty frequently. Do I plan to hunt for a shiny Ditto in silver or gold? I don't know. That's never really crossed my mind before. But I'd love to hunt Ditto in some games someday. Yeah, that Lucario boss is insane, dude. It was speedy, too, right? It's like the ideal shiny and defined in this game. That's like a gold right there. Pure gold. It's like 11:55 in UK. Oh, it's almost midnight there. Y'all are still troopers. Appreciate the sentiment. For you, it's 4:56 p.m. Yeah, for me, it's 6:56. You have a long weekend in Australia? That's awesome. I love a long weekend. Do I plan on hunting Growlithe in every gen? Probably not anytime soon. Multi-generational hunts are kind of crazy, going for everything in every generation. I'm doing that with Absol in every single generation since it started, though. Props to LJ for doing that, though. Like, going for it in first gen is, like, absurd. Like, the method that you have to go through to encounter that thing and have it shiny, like, possible is actually crazy. Like, I want to say it's Blue Bisharp who has the video tutorial on how to do it. That's the most confusing Pokemon video I've ever seen. And it's really well explained for what it is, but, like, the whole methodology of it, it's crazy. It's, like, almost witchcraft, the way that you get the encounters going. Inspire me to do a shiny quest. Good luck, William Hanson. That's really cool. What game are you going to be questing in? Yo, Absol, IDK, if you said it before, but what's your favorite shiny? Really boring answer. But, Absol. It's what got me into shiny hunting in the first place. Like, well, not, like, I guess, like, the concept of shinies. Absol is what introduced me to wanting to actually search for a shiny someday. Whenever I saw it on Cerebi.net. I was like 10 at the time whenever I first saw it, and I booted up my Emerald version and hatched like 8 boxes of eggs and then gave up. That was my first shiny hunting experience. How's it going, that one YouTuber? And Sean Pazdera? Oh yeah, I just got this haircut last weekend. I don't think I've ever had my hair long before. I don't think I ever intend on having it long. I just enjoy short hair. Not having to brush it all the time. Wash it all the time, but I don't brush it all the time. When's the next new Pokemon game movie, dude? Sword and Shield, dude. Probably specifically Sword, dude. That's like a good when question to ask, though, because like I actually have a fairly soon answer on that. It's not like, well, it's still probably going to be like a couple months before I post that video. So, couple months. But that's better than a couple years, right? It takes so long to finish some of these videos sometimes. Am I going to do a shiny hunt for Ranger Manaphy? Oh, probably never, honestly. That hunt is like so crazy and out there. I love shiny Manaphy, but man, I don't know if I'm dedicated enough to do that hunt. Is there any good tutorial to shiny hunt and rumble, or do you just play? Yeah, you pretty much just play. Like, I will say that a couple good tips to have are speedy Pokemon with agility or rock polish are the absolute best for this. Like this Aerodactyl that I have, it's got the speedy trait, it's got the move agility, rock polish. I mean, Aerodactyl can also learn rock polish, which pulls off the same thing, making it a great hunting Pokemon. Iron Tail just clears through rooms and destroys things. Speedy Aerodactyl's where it's at. I can just zoom through these levels real quick. What's up, RJ? How you doing, dude? Richard Weaver. Yo. Yeah, that's interesting, Popcorn Pichu. Like, it's very possible for your favorite shiny and favorite Pokemon to be different. Or to really like a shiny of a Pokemon and not like the Pokemon itself, or vice versa. Really like a Pokemon and not like a shiny. Flygon's an interesting one to not like, though. It's crazy. Oh, I definitely don't hate Pokemon Shield. I'm getting both of them. I really like Zamazenta a lot, actually. It's just tradition for me whenever I play through a game that my main file will be the one that comes first sequentially. Like, Pokemon Sword and Shield, I go with Sword. Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, I go with Let's Go Eevee. Pokemon Sun and Moon, I go with Sun. That's the weird way I decide what Pokemon version will be my main one. Just whatever's listed first. Ruby and Sapphire, I went with Ruby. That's deep, Sean. It's really deep. Where do you get Aerodactyl? This level right here, Windy Prairie. In particular, the best place to look for the speedy Aerodactyl is in that Dragonite boss room. Because, oh, there's a Sparkling Persian. It's normal. In the Dragonite boss room, the boss's minions are Aerodactyls, and you can knock out those Aerodactyls all day as long as you don't knock out the Dragonite or let the Dragonite knock you out. So you can just farm those things until you get a speedy Aerodactyl. It's really handy. That's what I did. Sometimes it takes a long time to get that speedy Aerodactyl, though. It's all totally random. You hope I make a Sword and Shield movie? Oh, I definitely will. Sword movie is on the way. Supreme with the... How many Rumble Shinies you get this weekend, dude? Big goose egg right now. None so far. My goal is at least 10 as usual. Want to get into the double digits. Brosidon came through at the very, very beginning of the stream and predicted 18. So I trust his prediction. So I think we're going to go 18. Do I have Leaf Green, though? Yeah. I think I pretty much own every single main series Pokemon game outside of Silver right now. I don't have, like, original Silver. I have Virtual Console original Silver, but I don't have the actual cartridge for it. I've amassed that collection over the years. And nowadays, I'm just, like, buy every single game as it comes out. Puts a hole in my money, but it's Pokemon. I mean, puts a hole in my wallet, but it's Pokemon, so it's always worth it. Pokemon will never just be another video game to me. It just means a little bit more. What's Rumble Weekend? It's an event. Just a little fun community event where everyone gets together and plays Rumble for the Wii and looks for shinies. Trying to get as many as they can over the course of a weekend. And they post whatever they get. It's a good time. Definitely 22, Stefano. Definitely 22. Okay. 22 would be sick. Anytime I go above 20 is incredible. Oh no, there goes Aerodactyl. Here's what I was talking about a little bit earlier. You wind up the Pokemon like it's a wind-up toy, because it is a wind-up toy. You're high guessing and you're saying it's going to be 23 in total. We've got the predictions tonight. You had to get rid of Virtual Console Red for Miitopia. I forgot what Miitopia even is, believe it or not. Like, I know what Tomodachi Life is and stuff, but I forgot about Miitopia. Have I ever played Pokepark? I played a little bit of it for the very first time last night. For Halloween, I went to a little gathering with some friends, and we brought all sorts of games that have like fun, interesting Halloween levels, and we just played a bunch of spooky levels all night, pretty much. Like we played Pumpkin Hill and Sonic Adventure 2, played a little bit of the new Luigi's Mansion 3, watched friend Hunter skillfully take on some Scooby-Doo GameCube speedrun, and we played some Pokepark. There's this game that's like, I think it's like a shoot 'em up thing with Rotom, and it's really fun. I need to get that game someday, because like I had never played Pokepark before that. I kind of just glossed over it whenever it first released, and it looks like a legitimately fun game, especially with like all the Pokemon you encounter and stuff. I think I'm gonna walk away with 5 Rumble Shinies this weekend, dude. All right, that's a bold estimate, Dallas, but I appreciate it, honestly. It's crazy low ball. All 5 of them are gonna be boss shinies. Calling it right now. Man, there are 2 Pokeparks as well. Yeah, that Piplup probably was sparkling, but it probably wasn't shiny Piplup. Like, shiny Piplup has a different, freaking, thing. Different hue. Hear, like, some hammering or something outside. Kind of weird at this time of night. It might be a weird bird or something. Good old Pumpkin Hill. Did y'all have a good Halloween? It's like probably my first time doing something for Halloween in a few years. Like last year, I sat in my apartment and played Deltarune and forgot to turn on the porch light to hand out candy. And 2 years ago, I was just chilling at home. And then for the past couple years before that, like I actually kind of did stuff. Like I think 1 year I did just sit at home and shiny hunt with friends on Skype, but that was kind of doing something. And then another year on campus, I actually went around and like did a bunch of fun on campus stuff. Like there was a movie projecting on the screen outside of like the campus radio station and stuff. What is Pumpkin Hill? It's an experience. I'll just say that. It's from Sonic Adventure 2. It's one of Knuckles' levels. Every single character in that game kind of has like different like themes and stuff. And all of Knuckles' music is like rap. And Pumpkin Hill has like a really iconic rap that goes with it. You might have like listened to it with the video of like the skeleton guy with the pumpkin helmet dancing to it. But yeah, it's a really good Halloween level. But I think the best description of Pumpkin Hill is an experience for sure. You dressed up as Sans for Halloween this year? I dressed up as Ness. That's my go-to zero effort Halloween costume. Like I just put on a striped shirt and a hat and I am Ness. It's incredible how much effort goes into that. I need to put in like some real effort for like a crazy Halloween costume for some year, but it always sneaks up on me so fast that I just end up being Ness instead. Bug catcher challenge? I don't know what that is actually. I'm kind of out of the loop on some of these challenges that have been going around lately. Like, I have no idea what a cage lock is. I've been seeing that name a lot recently. Haven't actually watched any of those yet, and I'm like, what is a cage lock? I'm assuming it involves some sort of cage fight, and it looks like a 2-player thing, so they probably have like their teams face off against each other or something. Pretty fascinating. There are all sorts of like playthrough terms and stuff that have like flown over my head recently because I've mostly just been doing shiny hunting stuff and my weird gauntlets. You had no costume. You had a night class. I respect that, Timmy the Turtle. A lot of people showed up to work in costume, which was really cool. Just seeing people in the office dressed up as things. I kind of regret not dressing up as just like a chill version of me, just wearing like shorts and a t-shirt. That would have been nice. Though, I don't know if I would have worn like a t-shirt yesterday. I probably would have worn like a hoodie or something, because we randomly had the temperature drop 40 degrees between Wednesday and Thursday, so it was like actually cold, and it's been destroying my sinuses. Your dad was Pac-Man? That's great. So, what is going to be the next Pokemon video? Good question, Cheetah Plays. On Sunday, actually probably Monday, I'm going to be uploading this compilation of everything that I find throughout Rumble Weekend. And then after that, I'm going to upload some more things from the backlog of the Trial Quest. I still have 3 more shinies to upload from the Trial Quest. And I already posted them to Twitter, so I guess I can just say what they are. I found a Cottony, a Wishy-Washy, and a Delmise. And I'll be uploading those soon. And then after that, got a bunch of other things to finish. Like, there's a Pokewalker Gauntlet I've been working on for months, but haven't transferred from the Pokewalker to the game yet in a while, so I'm probably missing out on a ton of experience from that. Skyrus, you were a plague doctor? That is sick. I really enjoy those masks for some reason. They're just really cool. Good stuff on the Speedy Jolteon Tactical Cupcakes. That's a really cool one to have. I want to say that thing can learn agility. I'd be surprised if it can't. Be a cool thing to walk through the levels with. By the way, if you want to check to see if Pokemon can learn agility or something, look at its reference its Platinum moveset, because that's what I think this game references for what Pokemon can learn moves and stuff. Any level 100 gauntlets? Yes. I don't think I'm starting any new ones until Sword and Shield release, though. I think next gauntlet I do is going to be something within those games, maybe with Pokejobs or something. Do I think they will ever do a Gen 2 Let's Go game? Well, there's that recent interview where they said something along the lines of, we don't really have any plans to right now, but if enough people speak up, we will. And while I would actually kind of maybe enjoy like another Let's Go game, because I really enjoyed Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I don't know if it's going to happen because of that, especially with the current state of like people reaching out about Pokemon. They seem more upset than anything about everything. So I don't see it as a very likely future. But who knows? I'd be open to it. At the same time, I'm not going to be like petitioning for it or anything. Today's not going well for me for the shinies. It's kind of typical at this point. Like, I'd say not going well for me in Rumble is like a 6-hour drought. That's like when I start to say things are getting like really, really bad luck. That's whenever I'd start to consider that I'm actually having a big drought. But I think like 1 hour drought is kind of typical. How many level 100 Pokemon do I have? That is something that I'll have to count someday. Probably a good amount, but probably also not as many as you think. I have a good number that I've just casually leveled up over the years, but not a ton. Thanks so much, Micah. Oh yeah, like, I've been looking into Mystery Dungeon Gauntlets for a long time. Been thinking about doing one, but my plans have been, like, constantly changing on what I'm going to do, because I plan out one thing, and then I'm like, oh, this is going to take way too much time, so I kind of just, like, abandon the plan. So I'm going to have to just work out a really good game plan for it, pretty much. How many shinies do I have in total? In this game, I have somewhere around, like, 170 something, I want to say. In total, outside of Rumble, probably, like, a little over a couple, maybe a couple hundred at this point. Plus, they're the ones I got from the shiny gauntlets, so maybe, like, 500 if you count all, like, the method shinies I got and stuff. I did a bunch of, like, Masuda and, like, Pokeradar chaining and stuff back in the day. 500 might be a lot, though. I think it's probably closer to, like, 400 with, like, everything I've ever found. Kind of ridiculous, but that's just how it goes. I love Pokemon. What capture card do I use to record the Wii? I'm using an Elgato HD60S right now, and I'm using it on a Wii U. So I'm using like so yeah, HDMI. What's the hardest shiny hunt I've ever done? Oh, that's a tough one. Off the top of my head, I can't really think of what the toughest one is. But maybe it's like, I want to say like the Absol hunt that I did last year was kind of tricky. Because it's like a kind of difficult one in the sense that you have to like walk through the very tall grass and you can't use your bike or run. And then on top of that, you have to deal with like all sorts of things like it only appears like 8% of the time, and with the repel trick, it's maybe 16%. So it's kind of grueling hunt. I'm really lucky that I got a second phase, so that's kind of tricky. And a $25 super chat from I'm a Blissy because you're cool. Thanks so much, dude. Same to you. Definitely same to you, regardless of the $25. You're insanely cool. I'm a Blissy is like an RNG wizard with Pokemon. He's always like going for all sorts of crazy things, like not even just shinies, sometimes just like perfect Pokemon in games like XD and stuff. It's really cool seeing what all he goes for and what all's possible. If you're ever curious like about the inner workings of Pokemon, which I'm like naturally curious about just because I love to just shiny hunt randomly on my own without like trying to influence the RNG, seeing someone like influence it and like actually like go through the intricate workings of it is so cool. So I recommend you check out what I'm a Blissy does sometime if you've ever been fascinated by that. Will you do my idea of a Pokeradar gauntlet with Trapinch one day? Pokeradar might happen someday. I'm not entirely sure yet, though. Seems kind of volatile if I'm trying to do it within a single chain, which is the only way I could see myself doing it. Like, if I don't do it in a single chain, then people will be like, come on, man, you didn't even do it in a single chain? So I gotta do it in a single chain. But keeping up a single chain seems pretty daunting. We'll have to see what happens. The Ash Hat Pikachu, that was a weird hunt, but I wouldn't say it was very difficult. Like, all I had to do was scan a QR code, and then it was just a very standard gift soft reset hunt. When I get the day that I do get Shiny Shadow Bayleaf, that'll probably be the hardest hunt that I've done because it's like 2 or 3 minute resets. I still haven't done like any of like the X and Y or Sun and Moon starter hunts that are really long. Those are pretty tricky because of how long they take. I'd say like the difficulty of a hunt is like often how long the resets and stuff are because it takes some real perseverance to get through those. A perfect Zapdos and Fire Red took you 2 weeks. It was so hard. Dang, yeah. I think like you've also had like scenarios where you've had to wait like hours upon hours for the right frame, which is crazy too. All these Doug Trio. I have to check their noses. Especially when they go underground. I don't think they sparkle underground, from what I can tell. But we can hit them underground, which is nice and unlike any other Pokemon game. Have I found a shiny Ralts ever? I haven't, but that was the last thing I did in 3rd gen back in May. I did a phase for Ralts. Got a Wurmple, still haven't posted it yet. Ooh, Jolteon gets Iron Tail? Oh, that's great. That's a good move to sweep through the levels. My Gyarados, which is like my backup after Aerodactyl dies, it's snappy, so it has like very little end lag on its moves, and I just use Protect and Aqua Tail to just spam through the level without much thought. It's really nice because it's like invincible. Aqua Tail comes out really fast and just clears entire levels. Hey, let's go. You're still live. Yeah, I'll still be live for a couple more hours, probably. Hopefully we'll walk away with at least one shiny on the stream. That's the goal. How am I doing today, you listen? I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing alright. You listen. Hope I pronounced that right. Olasan. Oh my gosh. The frame rate kind of drops sometimes whenever there's so many Pokemon on screen. You got a Wii for this, just for this, and you never looked when the next one was. Well, it's your lucky day because it just started. Congrats. You made it. Rumble it up. It's never too late to start, too. Like, if you get the game tonight, you can clear through the game tonight. Like, I think you can get all the way up to EX if you just persevere for a little bit. It's a very short game, and it doesn't take long to get through the story. There have been many, many instances of friends, like, getting this game, playing through all of it, and then starting hunting within the same weekend and still walking away with a good amount. How high is the chance of encountering 4 shinies in a row? Like, astronomically low. I don't have the mental math capacity to do that right now. But it's really, really low. Probably will never happen. Tyler Davis. Whoa, is that famous YouTuber Absol Blogs Pokemon? I don't know what you mean by famous. May or may not be Absol Blogs Pokemon playing right now. Might be me. In the flesh. I mean screen. Can you still get it because of WiiWare, though? Unfortunately, you cannot because the Wii Shop channel is down. Pretty much your only 2 ways to get this game now would be having to, like, use homebrew or emulation. Which is a really unfortunate circumstance since this game was never released physically. It's kind of crazy how games like this can be lost to time forever. The Scott Pilgrim game on the Xbox 360 is kind of in a similar situation, which is also really unfortunate because, like, the soundtrack to that game is by Anamanaguchi, which is one of my favorite bands. It's so good. Like, some really good, like, chiptune stuff. But that game is gone because of the Xbox Arcade or some sort of license thing. Has nothing to do with the band. People, like, blame the band for that game getting taken down for some reason, but it was not their fault. But that game's lost to time forever, just like Rumble. That's the unfortunate drawback of games being digital only like that, available on these console marketplaces. Because, like, we're reaching a point now where we're starting to realize that some of these marketplaces and online shops and stuff don't last forever. It's interesting to think about the permanence of that. Like, 2014, we got hit really hard by the concept of Nintendo Wi-Fi shutting down for the DS and Wii. Yeah, this is the only version of the game. This Wii version of the game is the only version of it that has shinies. So if you're playing like Rumble Blast or Rumble World or Rumble U, there are no shinies in those games. Well, there are kind of shinies in Rumble U, but they're only available through like passwords or through special figures that they release that are kind of like amiibos. So just a precaution on that. Ooh, that's an interesting... Dave, what's up, dude? But apparently Limited Run Games is looking to make WiiWare games available for Switch. Oh my gosh, if they make Rumble available on Switch, that would be incredible. Being able to play this portably would be so perfect. This would be such a good game just to, like, sit down and, like, I don't know, have a really casual session of before going to bed. That's what I've been doing with Dragon Quest XI lately. I've been playing, like, for maybe, like, 30 minutes to an hour almost every night before I go to bed. Dragon Quest XI S, by the way. Fantastic game. My first Dragon Quest and definitely won't be my last. What are the odds in this game? Most likely 1 in 8192. We're not entirely sure yet, but that's what they were around the time that this game released in all the main series games. So we're going to assume they went with the status quo and made it the same there. But they're a lot faster than its standard 1 in 8192 hunt because you just see so many Pokemon on screen at once. What's my most recent shiny in Go? I want to say it was I got a Natu on Sunday. I went on a nice little nature hike with some friends at a state park on Sunday, and at one point I just spontaneously loaded up Go, and I was like, I wonder if there are any Pokestops out here. And I spun a couple Pokestops, and the first Natu I clicked on was shiny. So I got a shiny out in the middle of nowhere. It was sick. This Halloween event was really kind to me in terms of Go shinies, by the way. I got a Ghastly, a Patrat, whatchamacallit. What else did I get? Shoot, what else did I get? Ghastly, Patrat, Natu, and a Poochyena. Yeah, Poochyena. That was the last one I got. Crazy, though. The Halloween event was really kind to me and Go. I never pop off with that many shinies. Outside of community days. One of those Staravia that descended from the sky looked shiny, but it was just the horrible lighting of the stage. This stage plays so many tricks on the eyes. It's so easy to like look at some of these Tangrowth and Tangela and think, oh, that's shiny, just because of how it looks, but it's not. Have I ever gotten any thirsty tweets? I think I've gotten a couple in my lifetime, all of them fairly recently, and I've gotten a couple DMs like that too, and I just don't respond. Weirds me out, honestly. I have gotten some tweets where people are thirsty for a delicious Mountain Dew Baja Blast, and I always understand that sentiment. Love Baja Blast. Oh yeah, forget about the member thing. It's like YouTube's version of Twitch subs, right? Oh yeah, and here it is. This is the Dragonite boss. If you want to farm Aerodactyls to get a speedy one like the one I have, you can just knock these dudes out all day. As long as you don't touch the touch the Dragonite. And it kind of minds its business. It's really dumb and just likes to stick to walls and stuff. See, it's getting really mad right now because it's like just touching this wall. But you can just farm Aerodactyls here. I'm going to go for one more wave of Aerodactyl and then dip. Your cat just stepped on your laptop. You don't think you typed anything, but if she did, I'm sorry. I didn't see it if she typed anything. Might have been a direct cat message, though. I don't think I've ever received a message from a cat, though. Hashtag fix Windy Prairie. As soon as we figure out modding for this game in some way, just remove the fog from Windy Prairie and it will be beautiful. It'll be perfect. How's it going, Han, by the way? Where do I live? Louisiana. Quick, give you a random Pokemon to shiny hunt. Alright, the next Pokemon that I don't currently see on screen right now, that I see will be the Pokemon that you shiny hunt. Hopefully if it's a reasonable one. Go hunt an Ekans. Go hunt an Ekans. That'll be fun. Arbok's a really sick shiny too. I don't feel bad for just randomly deciding Ekans, because Ekans is sick. What's up, Trey the Cake? Glad you're hunting. Good luck to you. Oh no. A lot of things in this rocky cave know icy wind that like slows you down. And this is like, it's so slow. That's a regular sparkling Clefable there, by the way. Perhaps your cat is an Absol Blogs fan. I do wonder how much, like, removing the fog would fix the lag. That's a good question. I do like Lytton, William Hanson. That's what I picked in Sun for the first time. Though I will say, in real life, I'm more of a dog person. Baja Blast sounds like a Z move. Yeah, Sean, that would be a sick Z move. The Pokemon just, like, it's almost like Surf, but they create a big green wave. And then they just, like, I bet, like, Clawitzer could learn it. Baja Blast. It's gotta happen. Has anyone found a shiny in the recruit center? I want to believe it's possible too, Colin, so badly. But I haven't seen anyone get it. Like, in all my rumbling, I've never seen anyone get it. But I've heard rumors of people posting, like, screenshots of it happening. Like, way, way, way back in the day. But I've never been able to find one. I want to believe it's possible. Because you can find Pokemon with traits there. But I've just never seen it happen. It's rare. I really just want to know. I think like in the very early days of Rumble Weekend, I would do like Pokemon card bounties where I would like send out a special Rumble card if someone found one of those really rare things. And there are still a couple unclaimed ones for things that I didn't know were possible or not. And I will legitimately like mail out a card to someone if they manage to find a shiny in the recruit center like that, the recruit tickets. Because I want to know if it's possible so badly. Hope so too, Panacea. Hope I pronounced that right. Oh yeah, Baja Blast is like undoubtedly water type. No doubt. Grookey Gang anyone? Most likely. On the fence right now. I was Team Score Bunny for the longest time, but I've been saying it throughout the night. I think Grookey is calling me right now. I might just pick up the phone. That or I'll just like let it go to voicemail and then go back and text it later saying, "Oh, I missed your call. What's up?" I never trust calls from unknown numbers these days. There's so many like robocallers and scammers and stuff that I just like let it go to voicemail. And if they leave a voicemail, that's when maybe when I escalate it. Oh, Joe Mama, Nintendo fan, read games. I can't be fooled with the Who is Joe, but a valiant effort was made. Did I see the leaks? I saw Surfetched's leak. It's a really big leak. He uses it like a sword. Probably more like a lance. Could be either. Sure, it's pretty versatile. Oh, the scam calls are never hot girls in your area. It's never that. It's usually like them calling me and saying something crazy like, "Your social security number has been deactivated." And it's like, what? That doesn't even make sense. Better call us back and give us the credit card number so we can reactivate it, dude. I feel bad for people named Joe who are like actually experts on things these days, because like, just imagine there's this guy named Joe who knows like a really good like trick or something. I don't know, like a good speedrunning trick or something. And he's like one of the only people who's like an expert on it. And someone in the Twitch chat is like, "Oh, if you need help on this part of the game, you should speak to Joe." That Joe guy has like no credibility anymore. Like the streamer will probably just dismiss it as a Joe Mama joke, while Joe will continue to hold that secret forever. Boy, have I missed out. I'm staying missing out, dude. That's the plan, at least. It's going to be difficult, extremely difficult, but I'm going to try. That's just how I enjoy things. How much longer do I plan on streaming? Probably a couple more hours. Hope to find a shiny. At least one. I found a bunch on stream before, so we'll see. That'd be so great to see Space Drakon. Surfetched riding on Galarian Ponyta into the sunset. Oh, I bet Aaron Bird. Joe Merrick. That's a perfect example right there. But everyone calls him Cerebi Joe, so he won't have that issue. Good luck cleaning up the blood. The government is in your ice. Sorry to hear that your cat scratched you. No one is safe in the Twitter muting spree that's about to go down for me this weekend. I'll unmute him after the games come out. You're bored, but you don't want to leave the stream. That's the allure of shiny hunting sometimes. Like, you just want to keep watching it in hopes that the shiny hunting appears. It's the weird thing about it, because like shiny hunting is just doing like the same repetitive action over and over again in hopes of something crazy happening. And yet I love it so much at the same time. You know the pain of getting scratched by a cat? I actually do not know that pain. I know the pain of getting like nipped on the nose by a dog, but I've never been like scratched by an animal before. I've been stung by multiple insects, but never like scratched or anything. Thanks so much, IO Cleaver. Yeah, Brody, you can only hunt in this version, unfortunately. This is the only one with shinies in it. The only Rumble with shinies, that is. Dream boss shiny? Yeah, Shiny Hunter Sandslash. Pretty much my dream boss shiny is anything that's exclusive to being a boss. Like, in this case, probably Spiritomb or Zapdos from here. Regigigas would be insane. Cresselia would be incredible, but also, like, terrifying because of how easy it would be to fail it, because that's actually a really hard boss. Shiny Hunting follows the definition of insanity to a T. Yeah, it does. Waddy, we want more Kong streams. They're coming. They're coming very slowly, but they'll happen soon. I really want to get under an hour in that game soon. I was on the cusp of it. Like, my new personal best in that run, I didn't hit a single good skip, but I still got my best run ever. So as soon as I hit those skips consistently and don't die a lot, we'll be under an hour easily. Rabbit scratches hurt? I've never even considered a rabbit scratch before. That's fascinating. I always consider them to be so docile and stuff, but I guess they still do have the capability of, like, doing a little bit of damage to you with that. I mean, all this talk about animals kind of reminds me of Beastars. I've been reading that lately. It's, like, airing this season as an anime or stuff, but, like, I hate to make this comparison, but it's like a dark Zootopia, and I love it so far. I've been just reading the manga casually. So I play Smash Brawl. I played a lot of Brawl like casually back in the day. It's really fun. I played like in like one Brawl tournament like last year because they had Brawl as a side event. It was really fun. I enjoy Brawl. What are my thoughts on reaction channels? I don't personally watch them, but I can see the value in them. Like, if someone's a really entertaining person to watch videos with, it's almost like having a little viewing party with someone. So, if you love watching reactions, hey, go and do it. It seems cool. If the person's got a good enough personality to carry that, that's awesome. Some people just have that charisma to be someone you want to watch a video with or watch their reaction to a video as you watch it. Rest in peace, Etika. He was great. Parasect. I would love a shiny Parasect in this game. If I could be a One Piece character, which one would I like to be? Oh, that's a tough one. Maybe, like, this might be a dumb answer, but maybe I'd be like Silver's Rayleigh or someone who was just on Roger's crew because I know pretty much the entire story. And I could just chill out and watch the story happen. Be cool to know, like, the entire story of One Piece. I'm hoping that, like, we get through the whole thing. I love being along with the ride on it, though. You saw Smash, so you had to meme with Melee. Melee's sick, too. I like every Smash game. I'm just that guy. I like playing all of them. Are you Team Litten and Sobble? I'm Team Litten, but I don't know about Sobble. Sobble's probably the one I've been least interested the whole time, most consistently. But who knows? I might change. Might go Sobble. I've seen a bunch of parody, like, reaction channels that are very self-aware, And it's impressive what kind of like shows they can put on by doing that. It's interesting seeing like how they can take the satire of it to the next level. But other than that, I don't really watch much reactions. I watch a bunch of people's reactions to like Smash character reveals though. I eat that up. Like I love going and seeing like people get excited that they're most wanted characters in the game and stuff. Just makes me so happy to see that. So watching people react to new Pokemon is also cool most of the time. What's up, Furret? There's a Furret here. All good. You're just in time because I'm still at it. All these muck. So many things spawn in the circle. Favorite Gen 5 shiny? Oh, it's tricky. Really tricky. Gonna have to give that one a good think. I'll get back to you on that. Oh, Heatmore. Heatmore. Yep, that's my favorite one. It's just such a cool color. I'm not saying Sobble's not good. It's the one that's interested me the least. Like, my perspective on most things is pretty lame. I like pretty much every single Pokemon, so I won't have like a super negative opinion of any of them, like any of the starters and stuff. Like, I could easily see myself using any of the starters at any point. Hey, I just got to try my best to read the messages. It's tricky though, seeing things scroll by while also playing Rumble at the same time. Gives good little topics of conversation though. What's up, Nick? Nothing yet. No shinies today, but it's going all right. Been going at this for almost 2 hours now. I want to say we're going to be due for one pretty soon. So we'll see what happens. Probably going to take a swig of water when we hit this next floor. Swig time. Happy Rumble weekend to you, Blue Spitfire. Happy Rumble weekend to everyone. It's a good thing to say. Happy Rumble weekend. There were so many times between like August and now that I just wanted to break out Rumble for a little bit, but I resisted it every single time. So it feels so good to just be playing this game again. That's ideally what I want to do with this. Like, when it feels good to be playing Rumble for like hours on end, that's whenever it's perfect to just hunt and grind at it. If I did this like non-stop, like for hours every day, I'd get so burnt out on it so fast. But with Rumble weekend and how like it's only a couple times a year, I just really get into that Rumble spirit again, all over again, every single time. Like, I've been thinking about rumbling like all day at work today. I'm so glad to just be doing it right now. Good luck, Wario, dying. I hope you're living through that, training a Pokemon to level 100 on the first route. What game are you going at it in? That's a big, crucial question, because it can be so much more difficult in some games than others. Because of how things work. Like in 5th gen, that kind of sounds like a nightmare, since the experience scales based on your Pokemon's level and the Pokemon you're fighting. Like, you'd eventually reach a point where you'd be getting like 1 experience point per Pokemon, and that's a challenge that I'll probably never take on. Have I ever done a Friend Safari Shiny Hunt? Yeah, I have. I did quite a bit, actually, when X and Y first released way back in the day. I think I have a live Shiny Drowsy video up on here, actually, somewhere. What's the Pokemon that I think looks dangerous? Well, I'm assuming that these Pokemon have like the ability to control their flames and stuff, but a lot of fire types strike me as pretty darn dangerous, like to the structures of buildings and stuff. Like Pokemon like Slugma and Macargo that are just naturally like hot as lava. Those things can like burn through a carpet in an instant, like unless they can just control it or something. You'd have to be so careful with those things. Then there are like the threatening bug types, or the things with huge like pincers and stuff, like literally Pinsir, Scyther, Scyther is like a walking hazard. Like, he could just puncture anything at any moment. There's so many Pokemon that would pose like huge hazards to the real world. Massive Pokemon as well. Like, Snorlax would be Shiny Poliwhirl. Let's go. That's the first one of tonight and the first one of Rumble Weekend 15. Snorlax would not be a Shiny Poliwhirl in the real world, by the way. And it is Speedy Poliwhirl. I don't think that thing gets agility, but sick. Our first shiny of this Rumble Weekend. Gonna increment that counter. We're gonna spin around with this thing real quick. Woo. But I'm probably not gonna do the rest of the level with it because it's not the strongest thing. Let's run through the rest of this level real quick. Thank you, Dylan. I have had a very fun kickoff stream so far, and we just got our first shiny, so it's going swimmingly. That Poliwhirl. One down, only 21 to go if we're going to hit that 22. But hey, according to Dallas's estimate, we're getting 5, so only got 4 more shinies to find. I'm so glad we found a shiny on stream, because it's never guaranteed that we're going to find a shiny during this kickoff stream. I have had legitimate like 6-hour droughts in this game before. So, and I don't think I'm ever going to stream this game for a kickoff stream for like more than 4 hours tops. So I'm so glad we actually got something to show for it. So awesome. Alright, we're going to do our first dramatic head turn of the night. I think I turned my head. Which way? This way. This way. Y'all ready for this? Actually, I don't know where the beat would drop in order to do that. So there we go. I was a little bit early with it, but hey. Alright, now I'm going to get the sprite for this thing real quick. One moment. One moment. I'm going to add it to the layout real quick. It's just a fun little thing to do. To have everything that I've found so far at the bottom of the screen. So let's see. I'm going to open this file location. Got to find the sprite of Shiny Poliwhirl. This, of course, won't be in the final video up until like a certain point. But yeah, let's move on and see if we can find more in the stream. And look at that. There's our boy. There he is. There he is. Bruce has not been here yet, Dylan. Poo skill. Man, that was a good start. Happy to start things off with a Poliwhirl like that. Hold on, I'm actually going to cut the local recording right now, so I have a good like starting point for whenever I edit this thing. I usually cut the recordings right after I find the shinies, just to make my life so much easier at the end of the weekend, instead of like literally watching like hours upon hours of hunting footage to find the shinies. That was a mistake, major mistake that I made, that made my editing the Let's Go Gauntlet take so long, because I would just record those entire days of playing without like ever cutting the recordings, so I had no idea when any of the actual like milestones were in those recordings. So in editing, I have to like watch for the audio peaks whenever I spoke, and sometimes I didn't even speak when important stuff happened. So it was kind of a nightmare reviewing like 33 hours of gameplay footage. And that's why, one of the big reasons why I decided to make that big Viridian City montage, because it was just so hard to find all those milestones as I was going. I've definitely learned a big lesson in recording from making that video alone. Because I don't normally use a capture card. Normally I just like film the game whenever something interesting is happening. And it's so easy to keep that organized because I just have a big folder of just those moments. But having huge continuous like gameplay footage from a capture card is so different from that and hard to edit. Am I using a Wii or Wii U to play? That is, I'm using a Wii U because it has an HDMI natively built into it. And this is just the one where I actually have my copy of Rumble that I bought like 5 years ago. Turtwigs are out for me. How much is a capture card for the Switch? You kind of have to check the online marketplaces for that. I'd say anywhere in like the $80 to $120 range, maybe even cheaper if you get it used. Can't go wrong with an Elgato though. That's like the brand that I've always used, and they've been pretty trustworthy. It's so much cheaper than like a DS or 3DS capture card. Excuse me. Because it's a universal HDMI capture card and not like a custom installed capture card made specifically for the system. So getting a capture card for the Switch is cheap. Relatively cheap, I guess. Not necessarily the cheapest thing, since it's like more expensive than buying a new video game, of course, but you know, cheaper than spending like $300 on a modded 3DS. You do like the shirt. Suits me. Thank you. It is a Pokemon shirt. In case y'all can't tell, this is Tauros. It's kind of hard to see the details on it from here. But I just got this one last night as a late birthday gift from my friend Phil. It was totally out of nowhere, and it was so cool. Watch M&J TV to hear about Elgato every video. I do not have any sort of sponsorship at the moment. I'm just endorsing it because it's a good brand. What's my favorite shiny? Except shiny Absol. Okay, you hit me with the right question there. It's tricky. I'll have to think about it. You're saying Mr. Krabs saying that the next shiny is Speedy as well? Oh, that'd be crazy getting 2 Speedy shinies in a row. If you beat everyone up in this game, how do you capture shinies? Shinies are all guaranteed. As soon as you defeat a Pokemon, there's a chance that it will topple over and you'll get to keep it. None of those toppled over. But shinies are guaranteed topples. So if you defeat a shiny, you're guaranteed to keep it and use it. I'll try and demonstrate a topple here just by knocking things out. There we go. One of those Magikarp. See? And shiny are guaranteed to do that. Matt is actually sponsored by Baja Blast. Dude, that would be the dream sponsorship. It is not a real sponsorship at the moment, though. So many crabs. What's up, shiny Swinub? You are a shiny. What are the shiny odds in this game? Most likely 1 in 8192. Speculated, because we don't have an exact, we don't know exactly, really. Kind of mystical in that sense. Yo, grats on the Shinx Wario dying. I love speaking to some usernames sometimes because they're so fascinating. Like, speaking to someone with the username Wario dying is like an incredible feeling. It's something that definitely would never happen without the internet. Internet's a cool thing. What's up, Chosen Signer? Glad you made it. How you been doing tonight? Do I have a Discord server? I do not. Don't really have any plans to make one anytime soon either. But there's a small chance I might make a Rumble community server someday. Just for like findings and stuff. Probably the day that I finally get around to like sharing all the weird stuff that I found through like poking around with this game's code. At that point I might make like the Rumble community server or something. Just have to find some extra time to do that. I'm very scatterbrained with how I manage my time these days. Like I kind of just get home from work and work on whatever I'm feeling like, which makes me sometimes like put off certain projects and stuff for months at a time without realizing it. And that Rumble Findings thing is definitely an instance of that. Congrats, Pureston. That's awesome. Y'all are making me want to hunt shiny Shinx sometime. Luigi gives out his presidential debate speech. I'd vote Luigi. Actually, I don't know if I would, because I don't trust him to like not fall for like scams or like bribery or just bad things in general. Because Luigi has fallen for so many like false mansion deals. Like, if you watch the intro to Luigi's Mansion 3, you'd think he has to be like, I don't know. How did he end up falling for like an invitation to a place called The Last Resort? All the signs are there. Maybe Luigi actually enjoys the danger though. Is Baja Blast pop? Yes. It is a variety of Mountain Dew. Originally exclusive to Taco Bell restaurants. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs, the dad joke, Holy Shinks would definitely be happening. It's almost obligatory at this point. I'm pretty sure I've said Holy Shinks like almost every time I've found a Shinks in this game too. Or at least once. Maybe not every time. I found a few Shinks in this game though. Kind of depends, Waddy. Some days I work from home. Very rarely I work from home. Some days, like when things are really, really critical, I might have to do a little bit of extra work from home. But for the most part, it's typically I go to work, I go home, and I just do whatever. And then I go back to work. Pretty good work-life balance in that sense. About regular Pokemon, can you exchange Pokemon from 3rd gen from a DS to another DS? Unfortunately, you can't. Like, you can't do the Game Boy link between 2 3rd gen games if you're using DSs. You have to use actual Game Boy Advances for that, or a Game Boy player on a GameCube with a link cable, or a wireless adapter. Have I ever played Undertale? Yes, I have, and it's one of my absolute favorite games of all time. Toby Fox is awesome, and I'm so glad that he got to compose music, like or one song for Sword and Shield. He's incredible. I originally knew him from the Earthbound community back in the day on Starman.net, and he's just like, he's done so many incredible things over the years. Toby Fox is like super inspirational to me. I feel like I'm like knocking out a lot more Pokemon than usual just so I can read chat. So I'm not hunting at maximum efficiency right now, but I'm efficient enough, I guess. Luigi is secretly... Yeah, I'm with you on that, Han. Luigi loves getting terrified. And falling for, like, too good to be true offers. I use the word absolutely a lot and absolute a lot, and I don't know. I legitimately don't know if it's because there's like a hidden built-in absol pun in there or not, or if it's just part of my vocabulary from something I picked up. I don't know. Toby is a real legend. He's like checking all of these really crazy like game developer pipe dreams off the list one at a time. Like playing Smash with Masahiro Sakurai and then getting one of his characters and a song from his game added to the game. Incredible. You know what? Popcorn Pichu, one of my biggest regrets was that in my Pokemon X playthrough movie, I found a random shiny Furfrou. And I didn't use the freaking thing on my team. I just put it in the PC because I was thinking I might EV train it for competitive or something, even though it was a bad nature with bad IVs and stuff. I so should have used that on my team and given it a cool haircut. To this day, I still just think about why didn't I do that? Because it was such a sick shiny, too. It was one of the 6th gen shinies that I wanted most going into that game. Rumble Rush is way too easy. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game, though, like, for a mobile game. I enjoyed it for, like, the couple hours I played it before I kind of just dropped it. If shinies were in that game, though, I'd be like all over it. I'd be playing it as much as I play Go. my two most played mobile games right now are Pokemon Go and Cookie Clicker Mobile. The beta version of it. I love Cookie Clicker. What shiny did I get? It's in the bottom left corner over there. I got a Poliwhirl earlier. Pretty cool looking one. It's like turquoise and stuff. Any friend of Undertale is a friend of mine. I like that motto. Thoughts on experience share being mandatory? It's whatever to me. Like, it seems like a pretty standard thing in a lot of RPGs these days. Like, in Dragon Quest, I guess it's a little bit different in Dragon Quest XI since you only get, like, a certain number of party members. But the ones that don't fight get experience and stuff. So it is still kind of progressive with the modern RPG archetype and stuff. And while it does kind of reduce some of the challenge of the game and stuff, you can still, like, make your own artificial challenge by, like, depositing everything but one Pokemon and training one at a time if you really want to do that. While it's, like, always on, like, it's not totally mandatory. You can just change stuff like that, I guess, in your own personal ways. One of the best things about Pokemon, there's, like, almost a million ways to play it. So there'll be a way around it. But personally, I think I'm just going to play with experience share. I'm not going to go out of my way to, like, not use experience share. Because it's kind of fun doing that sometimes. Like, on my X file, I let a male Combee get all the way to, like, level 70 or something. And I never used it once. It was really great. There's so much Gauntlet potential with a new Pokemon game coming out. It's crazy thinking about what all is possible, or is gonna be possible. Makes Gauntlet 6 times the value, that's true. That's another way to think about it. Will I ever do Smash Battle Arenas? You want to DDD mirror match me? You know, I think I saw you say that in Dallas's chat the other night, and I almost responded, but I was, like, busy working on something else. Yeah, I've streamed Smash a couple times over on Twitch. I might do that again someday. I streamed it like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually, doing quick play or something. So maybe someday I might just, like, get into the mood and, like, upload a Smash, like, do a Smash stream or something. We could play then. Oddish is thick in Rumble. I'll have to see another Oddish. It's probably very bulbous, so you're probably right. Never looked at it that way before, I must admit, but you're probably right. How long do I plan to stream for? Probably like another hour or two. I think I said like 2 hours like over an hour ago, but as long as I'm still feeling it pretty much, as long as my voice is still like there. Probably not going to go super, super late though. I want to say my cutoff for sure. The latest I'll stream is going to be an hour and 57 minutes from now at 10 o'clock my time. I'm in Central Time, by the way, if anyone's gauging that. Oh, you know what's going to be sick about this Rumble weekend, too? We've got Daylight Savings Time in the middle of it. That's going to be nice. What starter am I thinking of choosing? I'm still on the fence, honestly. I was originally on Team Score Bunny, but I might be Grookey now. With all that said, I haven't seen the evolutions, and I don't plan on seeing them until the game's released. It's going to be a challenge in its own sense, trying to avoid those. My own personally imposed challenge, because it's going to be difficult to avoid it with what all is going around about it. How many times did it take me to beat Cynthia in Black and White? I actually beat her first try, but it's not a really fair comparison, because, like, I happened to go in there with, like, a team of level 100 stuff anyway, so it wasn't really much of a challenge. But if I walked into that villa unprepared in Undella Town, I would get, like, smoked in an instant by Cynthia. How's it going, Thylo Studios? It's going all right here. Found a shiny already. And it's always a huge sigh of relief to find a shiny during the kickoff stream because it's not guaranteed. But it's always something that I want to do. I think I've gone 15 Rumble weekends now finding a shiny in the kickoff every time. Hopefully I don't have to change that anytime soon. See how it happens. Daylight Savings is a game changer, dude. Everything is different this time around. Boss shinies are imminent. Yeah, if we don't find the boss shiny in that extra hour, we're gonna go back in time an hour to see if we can find it again. There's some sort of cosmic event with that. Oh yeah, DDDs are becoming like a dying breed on Smash Online, which is really surprising because he seems to be a very popular meme pick online for a lot of people. What time is it in Louisiana? It is 8:05 right now. By the way, I literally never checked to see how the audio is. Is the audio alright? I'm assuming it is since y'all can hear me. And ideally, I want the game audio to be kind of low right now because I'm going to be putting music over the whole montage. So as long as the game audio is decently low and you can hear me speak, then we're good. Do a level 100 gauntlet without getting the game spoiled. Now that's a challenge. That would be interesting. Day 24, I still have no idea what happens in Sword and Shield. Day 25, I saw some fan art on my timeline. I know what all happens now. It's all over, guys. We failed. Do a Pokeradar Gauntlet. Yeah, you've been suggesting that, Popcorn Pichu. I've been thinking about it. I don't know. I'll have to see. I want to do it in one Pokeradar chain, but that's much easier said than done, especially in the scope of getting a Pokemon to level 100. Sometimes getting to 40 was tricky. There's no game audio? Sick, that's perfect. This game has some nice audio most of the time, but it can get kind of loud and repetitive. If I play Sword and Shield, I spoil the games. That's true. And what constitutes a spoiler? A trailer's a spoiler. A recap is a spoiler. Like, this goes back to this Tim Rogers video I was talking about earlier. There's this 30-minute video on Kotaku, and it's like called How to Avoid Spoilers for Everything Forever. And it's one of the... I don't know, I love that video. It's a good vid to watch if you ever just want to spend 30 minutes hearing some guy talk about spoilers and what constitutes a spoiler or not. And I agree with him on a lot of the points, as satirical as they are. I'm right there with him. Least favorite Smash character? That's a tough one. My least favorite to fight against, it might be like Samus, as weird as that sounds. I just never enjoy fighting against Samus, mostly because of online. Like, whenever I'm in super, super bad lag, that's whenever I don't enjoy fighting against Samus. So it's very specifically that one breed of Samus. Extremely laggy Wi-Fi Samus is my least favorite character in Smash. I can fight an offline Samus or a Samus with a good connection all day. They're really fun. But when you get into a Samus with like 3 seconds of input delay, who can just charge shot you any second, and even if you like shield it, you might get the shield broken by it eventually. That is like negative infinity fun. So extreme lag Wi-Fi Samus is probably my least favorite character in Smash. But normal Samus and like decent connection online Samus is fine. It's mostly those 4 Glory or Quick Play Samuses that do it to me. Why is Absol my favorite Pokemon? Because, I don't know, like... I've been thinking about that sometimes. Like, why is Absol my favorite Pokemon? It just kind of stood out to me for some reason. Like, it's there on Route 120 in Ruby and Sapphire. Just, like, it stands out so much from all the other Pokemon there. I wanted to learn more about it because it just looked so interesting and fascinating. It felt, like, different from normal Pokemon to me. So I started looking things up about it, and then I went to Cerebi.net, and I just saw its shiny, which was, like, red. And I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. And ever since then, I've just, like, been like, yeah, Absol's my favorite. You caught a Rayquaza tonight? That's awesome. Would I like Absol as a pet? In real life, I don't know. Honestly, that horn seems kind of scary. I don't want to get, like, impaled or anything. Reach down to, like, give it a head pat, and instead you want, like, get a bloody palm. No, thank you. But it seems like a really kind thing. It'd be a cool pet. Just seems maybe high maintenance. Ah, the lag. All these frame drops from these Stunky and Drapion. Father noticed my presence. I'm not your dad. You have me mistaken for someone else. You have an idea for a level 100 gauntlet? Hit me with it. I'm always down to hear more suggestions for them. Though there are just so many suggestions that I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to doing like more than half of them. But it's fun just to hear what people come up with. What's up, Super Mario 1020? Oh no, Jacob Korn, you found a shiny Mantine but don't have Pokeballs? That really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That goes back to me with my shiny Spinda when I was a kid. Ran into a shiny Spinda on Ruby. Didn't have a single Pokeball. That was the day that I learned that I should always have Pokeballs with me, no matter where I go. Didn't run into another random shiny for like 3 years after that. Here's a toughie. If I can pick one character to cut from Smash, who would it be? That's a tough one. As much as I like them, like probably either like Dark Samus or Daisy, because they're Echo fighters that really don't change gameplay that much. So I feel like cutting them would probably do the least amount of damage to like the game itself. But ideally, I don't want to cut anyone from the game. And I do play competitive Smash. I go to a bunch of weeklies around here. I mostly play competitive Smash Ultimate. I main DDD, but I also play a bunch of other characters. Like, I've played Robin in tournament. I've played Hero in tournament. Palutena. I'm always jumping around between characters. DDD's my big main, though. Brendan with the bold Mario suggestion. I like how you think. Just get rid of the most iconic character in the game. Do I like Pokemon Go? I love Pokemon Go. And it's my motivation sometimes just for like going out on extra walks. Like sometimes it'll be like 11 o'clock at night and there will be like an event going on in Go, like the Halloween event. And I just go on an extra walk before going to bed just to like check on the Pokemon that spawn outside. Go is awesome. Because I already liked playing Pokemon outside in the first place. Like, you can see that in some of my older videos. I just bring an SP with me and walk around the neighborhood, like, training Pokemon or whatever. But when Go is a real game changer because everyone walks around playing Pokemon now. It's awesome. Never felt more validation seeing everyone walk around playing Pokemon. Because sometimes I'd be, like, walking down the street with my SP and, like, there'd be, like, cars going by and I just like close it real quick and put it in my pocket. Then I take it out again and start playing again. Because you never know when there might just be like that one guy who like pulls up to you. This never happened to me, but I always thought it might happen. Some dude would pull up to me and just like roll down his window and start talking about these video games are rotting your brain or something. But it never happened. That was probably just a made up fear. Think of all sorts of crazy hypothetical situations like that. And nowadays, I walk down the street on the sidewalk and people honk at me for no reason. I don't know why. that actually happens. Like, I just walk down the street. I'm on the sidewalk far away from the road. And there are just some people who like think it's the funniest thing in the world just to start laying on the horn as they drive past me. And I'm like, okay. Don't even know them. Like, I'm pretty sure none of those people who have driven by are people that I actually know. Because it's different whenever it's like your friend or something. Like, you want to honk at them when you see them and they're like, hey, it's you. When it's a random stranger, that's just sketchy to me. Like, I wouldn't do that to a random stranger walking on the street. Dude, Oakley, I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. I think you're going to have, like, a Saturday or Sunday where, like, your luck goes crazy in Rumble. Thank you, Julio. Oh, you're a plant main? You never struck me as a plant main. That's cool. Glad to see you tonight, dude. And good luck on you finding your shinies, too. Whatever you may be hunting. I love Silent Forest so much. This place is great for hunting. Because, like, there's so much space. You can just walk past everything. Everything that spawns here are, like, the shinies that I want to see all the time, even if they're dupes. This place gets an A+ from me. Sounds good, dude, Oakley. Have fun at the Halloween party. Halloween parties are very fun. One day I will craft a costume that's not Ness. Like, put some real effort into it. Stefano, you wouldn't be allowed to go to a Pokemon Center. You can only use potions and elixirs stuff. Oh, that'd be fascinating. Would pickup be allowed? That is a big question, too. What platform is Rumble on console? It's on Wii. And it's specifically WiiWare. It was never physically released. It was download only. And unfortunately, it's gone. Forever, since they shut down the Wii Shop channel. Do I like my community? Yeah, the local community around me is pretty cool. Like, the people who I've met through Smash are, like, some of my favorite people. If you're talking about, like, the community here on this channel or something, y'all are awesome. It's been insane for me. Like, I'm still trying to process what it's all been like. Like, for, like, the past 9 years before this year, like, I've just had, like, close friends and a few people, like, just say that, hey, I enjoyed the video, keep it up, dude, and that's been, like, motivation enough for me. But having, like, so many people watching videos and stuff these days, it's hard to put into words, like, the gratitude I have for that, and, like, I'm always thinking about, like, how can I, like, make it up for y'all and stuff. It's incredible. It's overwhelming, honestly, but incredible. Oh, you're not going to hit me with that one, Nintendo fan read games. That is, like, also kind of inappropriate. I've seen that one, too. But you've been making a valiant effort. I can decide whether pickup is allowed or not. WiiWare died in endgame. Wait. Wait, when did the Wii Shop channel shut down? Because, like, I want to say it was sometime last year. It might actually coincide with the release of Avengers Endgame in some way. You might be onto something, Sean. Hit me with it, Christopher. That's what I'm trying to do, Ryan. Thank you, dude. Yeah, this Aerodactyl's not shiny. It's just a standard Speedy Aerodactyl. If I could get a shiny Speedy Aerodactyl, I'd be using that all the way. It'd be like walking the red carpet. Press F for WiiWare. Actually, don't everyone press F for WiiWare. It'll be overwhelming for me to try and keep up with chat with all the Fs. Do I ever play Celeste? Oh yeah, I've been playing Celeste a good amount. I've played probably half the game on my Switch. There's just so many Switch games to play. I never thought I would be in a position like that I'm in now, where like there's so many video games, and like there are too many video games almost. Like, it's overwhelming. Just these games keep releasing, and time goes so fast, and I never get around to playing a bunch of them. And I want to play them. Like, I have no reason why I'm not playing them other than just putting time into other games and stuff. But Celeste is something I'm going to finish soon. That game is sick. I love it. The platforming is really good. They have a really good design, the way they do things by screen. And just everything is so clever. Like, the mechanics feel really good. And, like, the game just feels great. And the soundtrack's booming. I listen to that thing on Spotify sometimes when I drive to work. Oh, I'm excited about that. Madion's new album comes out. Oh, man. I'm sure, like, I'm going to be listening to USA still a lot then, too. From Anamanaguchi. I've really enjoyed the track, All My Friends. I've been listening to that a lot recently. Yeah, there was a ton of respect. Sorry, Chris, I might not have seen that because of all the respect people were giving for the Wii Shop channel. Let me screw up. I mean, not screw up. Scroll up. Well, I screwed up. Let's see. Christopher Blackwell. When you get your Pokemon to level 100, pit them up with the Elite Four post-game fight using the moves rules at the start. Yeah, that'll be fascinating. I need to do that more often with some of those. Like Metronome, Ursaring, that's got to take on the Fire Red Leaf Green Elite Four rematch someday, for sure. What's my favorite brand of water? I don't know. I've always just jumped between water brands. Like, there aren't any particular that I really dislike. That's for sure. Typically, I just kind of go for the store brand or like Ozarka. I guess Ozarka is the one that I've liked the most because of their bottle design. But these days, I don't really buy bottled water as often as I just like use like a filter with like a pitcher of tap water. I like filter it out and I just drink it out of cups. And then at work, I drink from, like, the water cooler. Never thought I would be in a position where I'm in an office drinking from a water cooler. That always felt like something that would just be on, like, TV. But no, it's a very real, everyday thing in office life. I underestimated what stereotypical office life was like on TV versus in real life because school on TV is always so different from real life. Like, Ned's Declassified, 95% of that school day was in, like, the halls doing various antics. And at real school, like, less than 5% of the day is doing just running to class pretty much in the 5 minutes between classes. But stereotypical office versus real life office is like painfully close to what it's really like. Is Sync a brand? I mean, I guess there's a water company. You can really like one water tower or water system more than another. Actually, back in like my hometown, there were a few different water systems, and one of them had like brown water, and I'm so glad that I wasn't on that water system back at home. Is a level 100 gauntlet with missing no possible? I did that actually. Well, I did it with M, but yeah, I did a glitch Pokemon gauntlet way back in the day. In blue. You drink water from your fridge. Oh yeah, fridge water. That's another thing too. What job do I have? I'm a programmer. In an office. Jacob Korn is all just about getting stuff done and applying. Like, I applied for a good 7 months to various entry-level jobs and stuff. Like, I kind of made the mistake in college of, like, not really, like, trying that hard to, like, go to career fairs and stuff like that. And even though I did, like, an internship and stuff, I didn't really, like, make a bunch of connections there. I was surprised at how tough it was to find an entry-level job, but I got this one, and it's nice. But yeah, you just got to keep persevering at it. Like, the right one will eventually come along. Oh, I thought that Kakuna was a shiny Weedle. It trolled me so badly. Oh my gosh, Brendan, that's a legendary one. Mike. The shiny hunter. That's a good Joe Mama thing. Yeah, Oakley, it involves a lot of touching base. That's a phrase that is like infectious. It's like a virus to all sorts of offices. Like, we'll touch base on that later. That's, I don't know. It's part of like the office vocabulary so much, and I don't know. I don't like the term just because I hear it so much, especially when used as a noun. When people say we'll have a touch base later, that like sends shivers up my spine. Legitimately, not like I'm not that extra, but hearing we're gonna have a touch base later is just like, oh. Mr. Mime. That would be so cool to get as a shiny in this game. That is perfectly alright, sweaty boys. I had no idea what I wanted to be for the longest time. Like, I really enjoyed band in high school. I almost wanted to do, like, music or something. I just went into computer science in college because I was like, hey, that's how video games are made, right? And that's just what I ended up studying. And even then, like, people, like, decide on something. They can go a few years in college, and then like they're like, hey, I want to do something else. And you don't even have to go to college either. Like, there are all sorts of avenues out there. Like, I feel like people don't give trade schools and stuff enough respect. And, like, even then, like, people are able to, like, fashion amazing careers out of not even going to school at all. It's incredible. Just, like, I guess keep your mind open to everything as you go. Keep working towards it. I don't know if I can give the best advice because I still don't even know what I want to be doing with my life yet. But, made it this far, so we're good. You just thought that Torterra boss was a shiny Dragonite? Oh, I'd be screaming if it was a shiny Dragonite. That would be incredible. That's a boss exclusive. Haunters are so, like, sus. You gotta make sure that you take them out. Make sure they don't have that blue mouth. Okay, I'm not reading out any of these names that y'all are saying. Not gonna fall for that. Oakley, my brain hurts just reading that sentence. How's it going, Gamer Drippy 101? We're just rumbling. Looking for some Rumble Shines. Got one so far. Got a Poliwhirl. You've never been in one of the streams before, but you just joined to hear some amazing advice. Thanks. Thanks, I'm glad to hear that, Gyarados. Kind of just stream of conscious, speaking my mind on random things. Like, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm glad to hear that you might have gotten something out of that. Would I like Litten as a pet? Seems pretty high maintenance, honestly. Like, even Ash's Litten was, like, angry all the time. And in real life, I'm more of a dog person than a cat person, to be honest. So I don't know if I'd want Litten as a pet. As cool as it is. Taking an Incineroar for a walk sounds hilarious, though. Just walking around with this super giant buff cat. Probably wouldn't have it on a leash. That would just be weird. At that point, you just kind of have to trust the Incineroar. I guess Pokemon you have a little bit more trust with than, like, real-life animals most of the time. They're more restrained. And they're more, like, I don't know, sentient, kind of. Thanks, Random Kid. Glad to hear that. And I apologize if I miss any of y'all's chat messages, by the way. I'm doing my best to read the screen, but Rumble's got a lot of Pokemon on screen at once, so I'm bound to miss some messages. Who alphabetized the alphabet? That's a real question right there. A few years back, I tried to learn the order of the Greek alphabet, and that messed with my mind a little bit. I don't think I ever fully learned it. I just kind of looked into it. I took Latin back in high school, so I looked into Greek a little bit too. Greek is like a lot harder to read than Latin though, because you have to learn their whole new alphabet and stuff. And I'm talking like Attic ancient Greek, not necessarily like modern Greek, because there are some slight differences from what I understand. Languages are cool. I want to learn a real practical language someday though. Like Latin is super practical for learning the roots of like modern language and stuff, which is really cool. But like I'm not going to be able to have like a conversation with like a foreigner by speaking Latin unless they also like happen to speak Latin. It's like a dead language. So someday I'm going to try and pick up a real language, and I might just go with the stereotypical learning Japanese so I can play video games in other languages or something. You're going to a Smash tourney next Tuesday? Have any advice? I say have fun with it. Like, regardless of how you do in bracket, just have fun. Like, ask your opponents. If you lose, ask your opponents, hey, what did I do wrong? Or got any advice? Or, like, give very specific examples or questions, too. Like, hey, I noticed when you were at the ledge, you did this move. How'd you hit me with it or something? Or did you pick up on any habits? Like, there are just all sorts of questions to ask if you're looking to improve as a player. If you're looking to just have fun, though, I'd say, like, walk around. Don't be afraid to ask anyone. Don't be shy. Just say, hey, want to play? Or want to play some friendlies? And pretty much anyone will be down. And if they say no, don't take it personally. Like, not everyone's down to play friendlies all the time at tournaments. Ultimately, just have a good time and don't be afraid to speak to someone you've never met before, because that's what it's all about. The Smash community, from what I've met and from what I understand, is overall just some really great people. Especially at locals. There are all sorts of people who don't like travel very often who are really, really cool. I could talk about like Smash all day, but I'm not gonna like fill up the stream with that too much. I'm not like a pro level player either though. Like I'm just I do okay at locals sometimes. What's up, Family Squad for life? I did get a shiny. I got a Poliwhirl earlier. Nothing since then though. We're still looking for number 2 right now. But we did get a shiny on stream, which is sick. No problem, bag. Ultimate Chopper just swinging for the fences. They're just throwing out their hits. Favorite shiny I've ever gotten? 3rd gen Absol. I'm sorry my default answer on so many of these is just Absol, but I really like Absol, okay? Aside from that, I don't know, maybe my Rockruff I got on day 1 of Sun and Moon, that couldn't have worked out more perfectly whenever I got that. Like, I sat down to start hunting it. It was like 6 a.m. I'd been up all night just chatting with friends, playing through the game for the first time, and I was like, all right, I'm going to shiny hunt now. Then I'll be able to play through the rest of the game once I finish the hunt. I got it within 50 soft resets within that same hour, and I got my target too. It was like a 20%. Like, the stars aligned that morning, and I got exactly what I wanted in such a short amount of time and got to play through the game with it. That shiny is, I'll always have great, like, sentimental feelings for it. Thank you, Stefano, for the shiny luck. Do I know or have any Mexican followers, including you? Yeah, I think I've gotten quite a few greetings from Mexico in the comments before, which is really cool. It's awesome to see people from all around the world, different countries outside of the United States watching. Like, I've gotten a lot of comments on the video from the GameStop event from people saying, oh, there's no GameStop in my country, or we don't have this Pokemon Pass app and stuff. And I never even realized how, like, global the audience was until then. It's pretty cool. What time? I don't know what time it was, honestly. It was within the past hour, though, for sure. And you don't have to type multiple messages, Famlet Squad for life. I'm reading it the best I can. Yes, this is the Wii Rumble, Josh. This is the only one that has random shinies in it, which is why I'm playing it. Oh, that Gastrodon is sparkling. I don't think it's shiny, but I could be wrong. It could be playing tricks on my eyes. It's normal. Ryan with the greetings from Louisiana. Wish I could go to the Anamanaguchi concert, but it's just not going to work out for me. I defeated all those Dugong on principle of, hey, I need to make sure these aren't shiny. Because Dugong, I've never noticed one before, I think, when I got it shiny. You're from the Netherlands? That's cool. Your first Snorlax boss today was sparkling? Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm sure that was actually, like, heart-pounding, because it's like Snorlax is one of those where it's really hard to tell. It looks very blue in this game. Show me the Wii controller. Alright, nothing special. Check it out. I got this Wii Remote Motion Plus. Oh, you can see the reflection of the stream in it. That's pretty cool. And what I'm mainly using is this Smash Fight Pad Orange Samus Edition that's attached to the Wii Remote. Because in Wii mode on the Wii U, you can't use the GameCube controller. So this is the closest thing to using a GameCube controller, and it's really comfy on the hands. Sorry to hear that, Reed. All these greetings from messages, but no save the animals. We've got a $300 donation from James. Super Metroid is one of my favorite games growing up. Greetings from the Netherlands. Save the animals. I love GDQ donations. Glad you like the controller, dude. Lucky Drapion. Was there a shiny Staraptor, or was it sparkling? Honestly, I'm not too upset if I really did miss a shiny Staraptor, because I have so many of those. I've gotten at least one every Rumble weekend, I think, for the past few. Out of all things that I could pass up, a Staraptor would be something that I would not mind accidentally passing up. You forgot the part about a family member dying. Oh yeah, that they always drop that in the middle of the message to like slightly kill the mood for a second. Long-time watcher, first-time lurker. Not gonna say a word the rest of the stream. Kill the animals. That's like half the reason I watch GDQ is just to watch a really cool speedrun with commentary about how it's done. I want to say like a rough, like probably 25% of it is just to listen to the donation messages as it goes and see what happens. Hoping to see Winnie the Pooh baseball at AGDQ. Oh, that'd be sick. Wait, is someone actually doing that confirmed or not? There are definitely a few runs that I'm going to be watching out for there. I think Gunner's doing a Pokemon run, which is going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that. Good old Gunner Maniac. You cursed me with shiny luck? Oh no. Cursed to find shinies. Colin, I might need to get my eyes checked someday. I haven't gotten them checked in years. And this past weekend on the hike, I looked through some binoculars and I was like, everything looks so clear. And then it dawned on me that it's been so long since I've gotten my eyes checked, I might actually need glasses and not even know it. But I'm making it right now as it is, so maybe my vision's alright. One of those things looked like a very bizarre shiny Starmie for a second, like turquoise blue. I'm very excited for Sword and Shield. You highly doubt it. I wonder what the world record speedrun for the Winnie the Pooh baseball is. Oh no, your friend found shiny Charizard but skipped it? That's so unfortunate. Charizard is like something that I've wanted the most in this game for a really long time, but have never personally found. Yeah, Christopher Robin is definitely the run killer. So unpredictable. There's going to be a Dora speedrun at AGDQ. Oh man, I love watching the block of weird and obscure games, sometimes like the bad games and stuff, because it's great to see people like still put in the love and dedication of a speedrun into a very weird and buggy game. Because every game deserves love. Like, I always saw games as like kind of separate worlds a lot of the time. I never saw them as like consumer pieces of software as a kid. Like, I just saw them as like my own little world I could play around in, a little sandbox. And sometimes those sandboxes were buggy and not the most fun things, but you can make fun out of it by like trying to make the unfair things fair, just exploring or trying to figure out how a glitchy thing works. Because the first thing that crossed my mind when I was playing a game back then was definitely not whether or not the game is objectively good or not. It's just whether I personally enjoy it or not. I might have some weird hot takes on some games that are very popular or unpopular, but I'm not going to get too far into that. Oh my gosh, Brendan with the Oris dig. I don't think I've ever beaten the Winnie the Pooh Home Run Derby. It's so hard. It's 8:40 where you are. You plan to watch all these Rumble Weekend streams. Nice. It's 8:40 where I am too. Hey. What Pokemon would I have as a pet? You know, I really don't know. I don't know if there would be like if I'd choose a Pokemon that would just be nice and cuddly and a good friend, or a Pokemon that would make of amazing utility and also be a good friend. Because as James Turner said in a recent interview, all Pokemon are designed with the idea of being a friend in mind, so you're guaranteed to get a friend out of any of them. But would I go for the utilitarian friend or the very cute friend? That is the tough question. Yeah, I don't have any answers on the spot right now on that, unfortunately. Just got so much Rumble on my mind, and then all the Pokemon I'm seeing on screen right now are making a jumble of thinking of all the Pokemon I could choose from in my head. Like having a pet Rotom, you wouldn't be able to physically pet that thing, but that would make a sick pet for like just doing cool stuff. Like, I don't know, like just all sorts of utilities you could do with it. Like, you could make like toasting your bread in the morning a fun and interactive experience, chatting with your toaster. Unless it was playing tricks on you, which would make it more inconvenient. Like, if you had a pet Rotom and you're trying to toast a Pop-Tart or something, and it intentionally, like, keeps the Pop-Tart, like, out of reach, or keeps putting it back in the toaster every time you reach into it, which it could be doing since it's very mischievous. I don't know, maybe pet Rotom might not be right for me at that point. Shedinja as a pet would be terrifying if the like looking at the hole in the back of its body thing was real. You think Pet Alakazam would be objectively superior for a college student like you? Yeah, you might be onto something with that. And plus, when you go to the dining hall, if it lends you it's your spoon, it's an extra spoon. You got an extra spoon. Metagross would also probably be great for college students because it's a supercomputer. Got some programming homework? Metagross has got your back. You know, if you think about it, in an abstract sense, Porygon is already kind of real since it's a piece of software. Or if we ever get close to like creating a real Pokemon, and if we went the digital route of like artificially making it, Porygon would be the closest one to being a truly real Pokemon since it is a piece of software in the first place. Shagdina. My favorite spelling of Shedinja. Needing a lot of spoons in college isn't even like a meme too. It's real. Like, And one of the like dining halls on campus at Louisiana Tech, there were like these plastic spoon and fork dispensers, and so many times at lunch they'd be completely out of forks and spoons. And there were times where like I remember getting some chicken and dumpling soup from like the deli on campus and having to eat it with a butter knife. That was an experience. That happened on multiple occasions. I still need to see JoJo's someday. I'm like so out of the loop on JoJo's references. Blue on that one, most unlucky I've ever been on a shiny hunt. I want to say it was my Safari Zone Rhyhorn back in early 2016. That is by far the worst luck I've ever had. Because I started out that hunt, it might have been early 2015 even. But anyway, I started out that hunt, I did 37,000 encounters in the Safari Zone in Kanto, and the Rhyhorn fled from me too at the end of it, so it was like a double sting of bad luck there. That's probably my most unlucky, and it's my most number of encounters I've done. Actually, no. I did do more encounters for one, now that I think of it. There was an unknown hunt where I was very loosely counting, and I wasn't really counting the whole time, but it was on Heart Gold Soul Silver, and I swear that thing like took at least 3 or 4 months to find, just on and off hunting, like doing whole days of like hunting sessions every now and then. That was a long hunt for something that I wasn't really formally counting. And that 40,000 is like an educated estimate because I was hunting other things on the side of it that I was counting, and roughly about 40,000 encounters passed over the span of me hunting that thing. I try and count every single hunt that I do now, though. Paralyzed. You want to start shiny hunting. What Pokemon do you recommend to start out with? A really great entry-level shiny hunt that I'd say I recommend to a lot of people. A lot of people recommend to a lot of people. Heart Gold, Soul Silver starters. You can't go wrong starting with that because it's a really fast hunt. Like, you just soft reset the game, and whenever you're choosing the starter, you get to see right off the bat whether or not the starter will be shiny or not. And the really cool part about it is that you get to see all 3 Pokemon at once, whether or not they're shiny. So you have no idea what you're going to get. Like, you could just see 3 Pokemon at a time, reset again. Heart Gold, Soul Silver starters are a great place to start. Very fun hunt. Goes by pretty darn fast, too. Hippity hoppity, find a shiny or I will leave my property. Hopefully that'll happen. Well, not the leaving the property part, but finding another shiny. Got a little over an hour, I think, before I cut off the stream. So we'll see what happens. What was my first shiny this stream? It was a Poliwhirl, which you can see right over here. Stefano, I'm not going to say that. Y'all cannot fool me. And I don't take that as a challenge. I know all the tricks. I've been in enough chats to see those before. Wouldn't even be a factual statement. Because I would never want to even have that in my mouth. Gross. Let's see. The Heart Gold Soul Silver starters were your first full odds shiny, so you can agree. Yeah, it's a great starter. What Pokemon would I get rid of? That's such a tough question. I don't know if I could choose a Pokemon to get rid of. It'd be kind of funny if we just got rid of one unknown letter, though. Like, what if for some reason there was just no G or something, and everyone's like, where's the G? They just didn't include it, and like, unknown G just doesn't exist, and we're all making fan art of, what if they made an unknown G, man? That would be a really funny one to remove. Oh, who is Joe? I don't know. Spitters are quitters. Do Uncrustables have crust? You know, I want to say they kind of do. Like, they loosely have a crust, since, like, they're kind of closed in like a pastry. They have to be enclosed in some way. The outer layer of it, like the outer layer of the earth is called the crust. The outer layer of bread on an Uncrustable is a crust. Kind of. You can loosely define it as one. So I want to say there is kind of a crust on an Uncrustable. That makes sense. It's not necessarily the same consistency as what we know of as bread crust, but it's still kind of a crust, you know? Have I been to MomoCon in Atlanta with the Smash tournament? I haven't. That's one tournament I really, really want to go to, though, because it's like a combination of two really cool things, a convention and a big tournament. A bunch of guys from the hometown, or not hometown, from the town that I'm in went there this year, and they did really well, like, made it out of pools and stuff. I was really proud of them. It was really cool seeing them do really well. They were in, like, the collegiate league. Get rid of P. Play Minecraft music as the music for the montage. You know, that just might happen. It's been a minute since I've listened to the Minecraft soundtrack. I might give it a good listen this weekend, see if there might be something cool to put over the whole Rumble montage. Hold on, I'm going to take a swig of water. I personally do not wear socks in bed. Like, in fact, whenever I get home, socks are among, like, the very first things that I get rid of. I do not like wearing socks casually. Even when it's cold, I don't know. I guess I don't have very comfortable socks, though. Maybe if I had super, super comfortable, like, super plush socks, I might wear them longer. But socks are typically something that I want to shed as soon as possible. What's my favorite series on the channel? Equally between, like, I guess series-wise, I love making level 100 gauntlets. That's a series that's going to go on forever. But aside from that, just random shiny hunts are really fun. I don't know, I just always enjoy just doing a shiny hunt and then uploading it. I'd very loosely consider that a series, but I guess it's a variety of video that I make regularly. It's one of my favorite things to do, because I just love shiny hunting. But gauntlets are my favorites otherwise. Use mine diamonds in the montage. That would be so cursed. That would be so cursed. Using like a Minecraft parody song or something. Just a whole Rumble montage to Eye of the Spider. Eye of the Spider, it's the thrill of Minecraft. I don't hate socks. It's just whenever I'm inside, I don't want to be wearing them. That's a good question. I don't think I'm gonna be playing Chimchar Community Day, honestly. I might like load up Go from my couch, or probably I'll go on a walk break or something and just walk around for a little bit. But I don't think I'm gonna go super far out to play Community Day when there's a whole new Pokemon game to be played. It'll probably be my least productive Community Day since Bulbasaur Day, where I didn't find a single shiny because I was at a Smash tournament. But I have since then randomly found a shiny Bulbasaur in Go. So I still do have one of every Community Day shiny at least. Thank you, Popcorn Pichu. What's up, the Arc Assassin? Poor Chimchar. Yeah, Chimchar. It's a good shiny. I'll probably at least get one. Like, there's a decent amount of spawns, like, without me having to drive anywhere. But I can't see myself getting more than, like, a couple. Because there's just so much Pokemon to play. Like, I took that Friday off work so I can play Pokemon. I'm probably going to pull an all-nighter on Thursday night when the game releases. It's so soon, too. It's so crazy. I'm not prepared. Like, I'm fully prepared to play a new Pokemon game, but at the same time, I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared for there just to be so much new Pokemon stuff to experience when there's still so much old Pokemon stuff for me to experience at the same time. Pokemon is infinite, and Pokemon is overwhelming, and I love it. Did I buy a Colossal Discovery ticket? I didn't because I don't think I'm going to be doing the event. I'm not totally against the idea of those paid events, though. Like, I know some people are making a big fuss over it, and I think it's, I guess, kind of rightfully so since you can't use the in-game money to purchase it. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I almost like the idea of, like, buying, like, some field research that'll let you get, like, a cool legendary or something, because I really miss out on a lot of stuff by not doing 5-star raids all the time. Like, I totally missed out on Darkrai and stuff. I prefer to just walk around catching Pokemon in the game. Oh, are the tasks really grueling for the Colossal research? I'm still trying to get through the Halloween research right now. I'm trying to do the spin 8 new Pokestops, but I've spun almost every single Pokestop in town. So I'm like running out of new spots to spin. I hope that they don't do that too often for new events and stuff. Like, it encourages travel, sure, but what if you, like, go to every single Pokestop within, like, 2 hours from you? Then you're, like, stuck waiting until you go on, like, an actual, like, vacation or something to, like, spin more. What's up, Julian McFalls? Hope you find some cool stuff if this is your first Rumble weekend. Hopefully that won't be your last Rumble weekend. It most likely won't. Rumble's awesome. I actually don't know Revenge by Captain Sparkles, unfortunately. I am not very well versed in Minecraft parody songs. And I might stay that way, honestly. Rotom Dex is making you save your game? Is it like trying to like make you feel bad about not saving your game? I don't think it's ever forced me to save the game before. I found a Poliwhirl, which you can see way over on the bottom left corner of the screen. As I go throughout the weekend, I'm going to add more to the layout, and you'll see in the montage video that that bottom part of the screen will be eventually filled up with Pokemon sprites. What's the rarest shiny I've ever obtained in this game? Probably Abra in terms of raw rarity, but I'd also argue to say that my shiny boss Hippowdon and Vespiquen are up there too, since they're boss shinies, even though they're Pokemon you can get pretty easily in other ways. Vespiquen's still pretty rare, but Hippowdon's very common. Alex Adams, that's the nature of shiny hunting sometimes. Like, sometimes whenever you're going with, like, the best, like, odds possible, someone, like, with no boosts whatsoever can find a shiny instantly. It's kind of crazy. Like, I know back in the early days of Let's Go, Dallas, the Supreme Arcanines, was doing a bunch of races with some Pokemon Go YouTubers who were, like, doing catch combos and stuff. And Dallas was still winning these races without doing any sort of, like, catch combo or, like, way to boost the shiny odds at all. It's crazy. I have found a shiny Abra. It was a few Rumble weekends ago. I want to say it might have been 11 or 10. It was my first one since moving down here, like maybe early 2018, I think. Pretty crazy to find that, honestly. It's a really rare one. Good stuff, Brendan. Shiny Muck. Is that your first of Rumble weekend? Nice big green gob. Oh, shiny Chansey in this game would be sick. Is it hard to control Solgaleo Lunala in Ultra Space? Yeah, I'd say so. Like, it took some getting used to. It's really hard if you're using motion controls. If you go to the Game Freak building in, like, the first city in Kala Island, you can change it to using the stick, and it becomes a lot easier at that point. Still, though, trying to navigate as far as humanly possible, it's really easy to mess up if you're not giving the game your full and undivided attention. That was probably one of my least favorite parts of doing that shiny gauntlet, honestly, because there were a lot of times when I wanted to be doing a lot of multitasking at once, but it was really hard to play that minigame while multitasking with anything. Oh, I can't wait for that either, Paw Paw. Hopefully it'll overflow by Sunday. We'll see what happens. I'm likely not going to be live again with a more Rumble weekend throughout the weekend, but I'll be live recording the whole time and have the montage up. But if there is, by the small chance that I decide to stream some more of this, it'll probably be on Twitch. So stay tuned if I do some of that streaming. I'll announce it on Twitter. First of the weekend. Let's go, dude. Stefano, no. That's like just saying that will like flood the chat. I know it's another Minecraft parody thing. I'm at least well versed enough to know that saying that will like spawn a whole Minecraft parody song out of nowhere. It's possible to get soft locked in Ultra Space. I never encountered that myself, but I bet it's possible. That would be fascinating. Because you do eventually reach a point where you're going really, really slow after like hitting enough of the electrical things until you hit your next wormhole. I'd love to see like what would happen in a soft lock like that, because you do eventually lose control. You lose total control as the thing gets slower. I'm fascinated by that. I don't know anything about it personally. Let's see, a good secondary typing for Ice and Incineroar. Kind of cliche, but Ice and Fire would be so cool to see from a Pokemon. Almost like, you know, Todoroki from My Hero Academia. Thanks, Space Dracon. Appreciate it. That montage was really fun to make. These hippos. I'm very excited for Sword and Shield. I cannot wait for those games to come out. Gonna have a busy couple weeks leading up to them, but I'll still be like super eager. This is the most interactive stream we've been on. I've been on more interactive before. Like, I've seen some streams where like the I don't know, like some Guitar Hero streams are crazy. Like, I don't understand how they're able to like keep the focus of playing a chart that's incredibly difficult, like a Dragon Force song, while still just like having all sorts of conversations with the chat. That's like advanced multitasking. Does anyone actually like Minecraft? Yeah, I enjoy Minecraft. I had so much fun with it back in 2012, 2013, playing with my brother and a few friends from high school. I want to get back into it because a lot of people are getting back into it recently, but I just don't have like the best mouse on my computer. I have a decent enough one, but I just haven't plugged it in and just sat down and played Minecraft in a very long time. But if I try to play with my trackpad, it's terrible. And that's what I tried last time, and it was horrendous trying to control it because I couldn't press keys on the keyboard while moving the trackpad at the same time, so I would be like stuck, not able to turn while walking. You have a huge group project due after Sword and Shield. It's going to be a disaster. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hate it when the assignments line up with that. Vucari, I can see that. Like, it'd be crazy if they went like a little bit different colors for all of them. Like if Tapu Koko was a really vibrant orange or stuff like that. I could see that being really cool. I really like the way the Tapus are as they're shinies, but I could see them being cooler. My Twitter is just the Absol. TheAbsol. I'll be on it, retweeting, or liking, mostly liking, probably Rumble weekend stuff all weekend long, checking it out. I love just checking up on that hashtag, seeing what people find. It's so cool. What are the odds in this game? I've answered this a few times, but I'm always down to answer it again for more people who might just be joining. 1 in 8192 as far as we know. The game hasn't really been data mined far enough into the scripts to like fully figure out the shiny odds yet, unfortunately. So it's kind of up in the air. But we're guessing 1 in 8192 since this was made around the time Platinum was made. And that was the base shiny rate in pretty much all the games at the time. And it kind of checks out with like how long it takes to find a shiny in this game with how many you're seeing at once. Mikey G, just depends on what you'd personally enjoy more. It's a matter of personal preference of how you choose to hunt. Like, I don't think that like either of those methods would be intrinsically better. It just depends on how you'd enjoy doing it. Like, if you'd rather enjoy, like, hatching eggs for a quicker, possibly much quicker shiny, then you can hatch the eggs for it. But if you want, like, a really crazy thrill of, like, not knowing if you're going to get a Swinub or not, and never knowing when it's going to happen, and having it either take, like, 5 seconds or 5 weeks, then you might want to go for the thrill of the cave. It just depends. Shiny hunting, you can take it on in so many different ways. No, it's all good, Seth. Like, I'm more than down. Like, every time I stream Rumble, I'm fully expecting to, like, answer this so many times and stuff. I was just kind of clarifying that for the chat to make sure that I'm not, like, just a broken record and not aware of it. And, like, I'm not, like, annoyed by answering that question over and over again because I'm just always glad to have more people interested in learning about this game. It's kind of an unnecessary, like, preference for me to say before answering that question. So what shiny did you miss? I got in the left corner down over there, shiny Poliwhirl. Got it earlier, maybe like an hour and a half ago. Would I use Corviknight? I've been considering it. It's a really cool looking Pokemon. Now that I know that we don't have HMs, I'm not necessarily like planning out, hey, I need a flyer, hey, I need a surfer. So it'll be interesting to see. Like, I had never really planned my team ahead of time as I play through the game. I just kind of catch Pokemon as I go, and if I like the Pokemon, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this on my team. But Corviknight, it's definitely something I'd consider if I found it. Oh yeah, like the Gen 2 egg method is super, super fast. If a fast shiny is what you're looking for, you can go with that. It's like 1 in 60 or something crazy like that. I don't think really at my job will be learning like the skills to like further data mine in this game. To that being said, like a lot of data mining like this game would be understanding like the assembly language of the Wii or like how Wii games work and stuff. And that's kind of totally different from working with like enterprise software and like and stuff. Like I'm not gonna go too far into it, but I think it'll like give me like the perseverance to like try and look through it more. It's still gonna be like a really crazy effort though, with a lot of like extra like research I'm gonna have to do. You just got a call from Nick.com. What do they say? Nick.com. I didn't know about a QR code for Mewtwo. That's like something I wasn't aware of. Is it for Let's Go? Like a shiny Mewtwo or something? That'll be cool. I guess I'll hit that up. You don't get to see very many Cherish Balls in Let's Go, that's for sure. So, love to see a Mewtwo and a Cherish Ball. Ooh, Roto EXP points. That's like one of the best Roto powers if you ask me. Or at least whenever I was doing the Gauntlet, it was the best possible one to get. Just aquatailing through life. What's up, Jesse? How are you doing tonight? Glad you made it out for a stream, because these are pretty rare. Oh, good stuff, Leith. That's awesome. Shiny Poliwrath is a sick-looking one. Good luck on the Reshiram, sweaty boys. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Falafel. It's an unfortunate circumstance that the game's, like, unavailable like that. You might need to look into, like, Homebrew or Dolphin or something if you're really, really itching to play some Rumble. And if that doesn't go against what you want to do. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to play it, unfortunately. Oh no, those things just stunned me. When am I streaming again? No idea. Maybe a little bit around the time of Sword and Shield's release. Might do a stream or something. Like, the idea has been thrown around of me and Dallas, like, streaming some shiny hunting at the same time or something. That'd be kind of fun. I thought those 2 Primeape there were like a shiny Magnezone. Like a single entity somehow. Thank you, Hugh William. I don't know why I'm knocking all these things out. I guess I'm just like paying attention to stuff. Have I accidentally made my starter Pokemon learn Cut? Well, when I was a kid, I did it on purpose sometimes, and it was awful. Like, having Cut, I never used it. It was just kind of a waste of a move slot for it. But then I learned to, like, just catch random Oddishes or things that can learn Cut and just have them be my mowers. I miss the feature of being able to cut the grass. It was such a, like, kind of useless thing, but it looks so cool to be able to cut grass patterns and to, like, just, like, clear out an entire route of grass. Oh no, Poffle. Yeah, that's the Void Glitch is so easy to mess up. It really is super easy to mess up. I've never personally attempted it. What's my favorite Pokemon from the anime that I don't like in the games? I don't think there's necessarily a Pokemon that I just think, oh, I don't like it in the games, but there are definitely some Pokemon that the anime has helped me enjoy a lot more, or appreciate a lot more. Turtonator is definitely one of those. Like the Sun and Moon anime, Kiawe's Turtonator, that thing is so cool. It made me love Turtonator. Like, at first I saw it and I was like, oh, that's an interesting looking Pokemon. And I didn't think much of it because it's like kind of confined to one spot in Sun and Moon. And it's really like low encounter rate. So I never really used Turtonator. I just kind of caught one for the decks. But watching the anime made me want to use a Turtonator, man. I need to... Next time I do a playthrough of one of the 7th gen games, I'm going to be using a Turtonator for sure. Just a casual playthrough with it. All of these things. You can never tell with Articuno. I think I'm Slice got an Articuno, and he was able to tell, but watching his video, I really wasn't able to tell it was shiny. Aside from, of course, the sparkles. Where do you get Turtonator? It's in Blush Mountain, the same place where I got Mudbray in my most recent video. And it's only in Sun and Ultra Sun, like it's a version exclusive. Meanwhile, Moon has Drampa in Victory Road in the cave. They're kind of like counterparts. Drampa, I also appreciated that a lot more in the anime. It was just a cool grandfather dragon that just like chilled out in the forest and ate berries and had fun with people. Drampa's cool. And it can fly. I did not think that thing could fly, but it can fly. Wild. Let's see. Gotta be extra careful with the Nidos, since their shinies are kind of like counterparts. Like Nidoran male shiny is blue, and Nidoran female shiny is pink. Which are just like, exact counterparts to their other counterparts, normal colors. Wording that was like awful, I'm sorry. Old man Stoner Dragon. Yeah, Ultra Space Wilds aren't locked. But I will say, once you enter the portal where there is a wild Pokemon, it's locked in whether it's shiny or not. So you can actually save within the portal, and if you run into a shiny, you can reset, and it'll still be shiny whenever you go in there. And if it's not shiny, it will never be shiny. The exception to this is in the Ultra Space Wild Pokemon are Legendaries or Ultra Beasts, in which case it's just a random, like, normal. Like, it's like doing a regular encounter. You can just save right in front of it and soft reset for it to be shiny. You predict my next shiny will be a Venusaur. That'll be fascinating. I think I got a Venusaur pretty early in last time, too. It was my first Venusaur in this game, which was sick. Some Kinglers. What's up, Condensed Sky? Good evening. Thank you, Twin Star Games. I was reading chat and I just ran right into that Prinplup collision course. That Gyarados got me good. Alright, we're coming up on the last, like, 40 minutes of the stream or so. Let's see if we can use our gamer powers to find another shiny before it ends. What was my first shiny this stream? It was a Poliwhirl. Throughout the weekend, I'm going to be using the layout and putting sprites of everything I found so far on there. What are the shiny odds in Rumble? Presumably 1 in 8192. As far as we're aware, because we haven't really data mined the game far enough yet to the point where we can really see into the scripts. Because it's kind of like involves like being able to interpret assembly from what I can tell. And I'll tell you what, I cannot interpret assembly very well. Especially like the Wii's version of assembly. Or machine language. You just rewatched the Sun movie? Oh, that's awesome. Looking forward to the Sword movie. That's going to be so much fun to make. I wasn't planning anything special for the midnight release, but a lot of friends are going to this one particular GameStop for it. So I'm transferring my pre-order over there, and I'm going to be hanging out with them for the midnight release. And then I'm going to be heading home and playing an all-nighter. It's going to be great. And Popple, I don't know how you're going to escape out of that void. I've never experienced that before. I wish you the best of luck, though. Like, escape rope could maybe work. I don't know if it counts as, like, being in a dungeon or not. It's tricky, though. Hopefully you're not, like, eternally soft locked there. That would be really, really sad. How do I stand shiny hunting? Well, it's something that came with patience over time. It's just a really good passive activity, too. Like, I shiny hunt most whenever I'm, like, watching something. Like, if I'm watching, like, a new series, or if I'm watching someone stream or YouTube videos or listening to music. Just overall chilling out, not playing any other game or something. Shiny hunting is a great way to pass the time while doing that. It makes it just for such a great like thing to do. It's also good for like just hanging out and chatting with friends. By not making it the main focus of what I'm doing most of the time, shiny hunting is so great to be able to stand. You'd be surprised at how long you can keep up with it and find stuff. Can we talk about how beautiful the Let's Go soundtrack is? Yeah, it's really good. It's really underappreciated, if you ask me. Like, whenever I was making the Let's Go movie, I listened to a lot of the soundtrack to put the music in, and I was like, wow, this soundtrack's actually really good. Because I kind of took the orchestral approach with it. I love orchestral music, especially done in video games. I think it was mostly, like, synthesized orchestral, maybe? I don't know, actually. Like, I don't remember off the top of my head if it was synthesized orchestral or actual live performances, but it sounded really good. A lot of those themes are going to be stuck in our heads forever, though, because of how much we've heard it while shiny hunting. In small doses, like, you can really appreciate that soundtrack, but I think in large doses, we kind of take it for granted. Will I shiny hunt my starter day one? I'm very considering it right now. Very considering it. Yeah, I'm thinking I might go for a starter. If the resets don't take like 3 minutes, and if hopefully we have some sort of button combination we can press to reset instead of having to go back to the Switch home. Because that was a big like downer with Let's Go. It's kind of annoying doing that while hunting Raichu. That's a tough one, Ryan. Yeah, I almost always go for the physical copies because I did get a digital copy of Let's Go Pikachu at first. It came with like the special edition Switch I got, and it was great. But like, I felt like it was kind of buggier at times because like there would be times when I'd leave the game on in sleep mode, and I'd come back and the game would like exit out with an error, and that was on the downloaded version of it. And also, yeah, that was just a bizarre thing that I encountered only on the downloaded version. So I picked up a physical copy of that game actually for a pretty low price from Amazon. And that's what I used to do the gauntlet for it. I always personally prefer the physical release, but there's nothing against the digital too if that's what you want to go for. The big upside to digital is that you don't have to like sacrifice your game card slot for having a Pokemon game in it. You can have Pokemon available at the ready at all times. So whatever you value more. You made it to the Dragon Spiral Tower in Blaze Black 2. Should you hunt for Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, or Rayquaza? That's a lot to choose from. I say you go for your favorite. Go for Dialga. Go for what you want most. What's my opinion on Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? That's a tough one. Like, I still like those games a pretty good amount, but I will say they might be my least favorite out of all the entries in the Pokemon series. Only because I just don't think that they did the maximum potential of what they could do with the remake of those games when compared to like Fire and Leaf Green and Heart Gold Soul Silver. I still had a very good time with it, but I think my expectations were way too high for Hoenn remakes because I love the original Hoenn games so much that like I don't think anything could have satisfied my expectations for a Hoenn remake. So yeah, that might be probably like my least favorite. You didn't know you could shiny hunt in this game? Yeah, that's something that a bunch of people just slowly figure out. It's crazy. I actually was lucky enough to encounter a random Caterpie while playing through the game for the first time, and I thought that was how easy I was going to find shinies, and I was wrong on that. Am I going to finish my Alola trial quest before Sword and Shield? That is a goal. I really don't think there's any way I can like humanly upload all of the videos before then, but there's a good chance that if I'm lucky enough, I can finish the last 3 remaining hunts before Sword and Shield come out. I'm going to try. No guarantees though. It's kind of doubtful still. Like, I don't know if I can fully go to odds on all 3 of them, but if I have really lucky under odds hunts, I think I can do it. I'm about 2,000 into like the 3rd from last hunt right now. 2nd from last is going to be pretty fast, and the very last one that I'm planning to do is a relatively fast soft reset hunt. So there is definitely a small possibility I'll be able to finish the gameplay for that trial quest before starting Sword and Shield, which would be fantastic. Otherwise, I'll just keep it up. Like, I don't think I'm going to do like all Sword and Shield as soon as the game comes out for sure. Like, I'm still going to be visiting my old Pokemon games with my old friends. Do I do TikTok? I do not. One time I made like a super... Well, actually, I downloaded it once, and I made a really, really weird, like super ironic one with like reversed like country music and a Luigi amiibo, and I saved it to my drafts, and the next time I checked the app, the draft was gone, and the app had given me so many push notifications, I was like, wow, I'm done with this. This is garbage. So I just never downloaded TikTok again, all because of a really dumb Luigi video that I made. I miss Vine. I loved Vine. What's my favorite Pokemon game slash Pokemon? Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, the original, and Absol. There's just something about Hoenn. There just really is. Why do I play with an Aerodactyl? It's pretty cool. Aerodactyl can learn both agility or rock polish, so it's easier to roll for those moves. And it also gets Iron Tail, or like it gets a good move pool, and it's really strong and it's really fast. That's pretty much why I use it. It's very fast to just run through the levels with this thing. Later, sweaty boys. Thanks for sticking around, though. And what's shined so far? Poliwhirl. That's it for me so far. Hoping to get another one before I close out the stream for the night. Yeah, rest in peace, Vine. You really wouldn't have wanted to see me on Vine. My Vines were so dumb. I'd like just film driving in the car, like not me driving, but like riding in my brother's car, just like doing really horrendous dances to like songs, like where like I was just like, I don't know, we were listening to like weird songs on NPR. It was my Vine was a nightmare. Like none of it was like actually like bad or vulgar or anything. It was just very bizarre. Like I'm sure if someone didn't know me and saw my Vine account, they'd be like, who is this weirdo? Thank you, Lumi. I appreciate it. I've called that Pokemon Wormadam for so long, but now I'm really starting to second guess myself, and I'm like, wow, has it been Wormadam this whole time? And I don't think I've ever heard the pronunciation for it because I've never really used it in Battle Revolution where there are all those pronunciations. And I didn't see all of the Diamond and Pearl anime, which I'm hoping to fix someday soon. So I really don't know what the official pronunciation for it is. But man, are you team Wormadam or Wormadam? I've always called it Wormadam for some reason. I might be right on calling it that. I don't know. What's my record for a Rumble weekend? Somewhere over 20. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, as weird as it sounds. You watched all the goofy Unova Quest videos? You think you'd handle my Vine? Yeah. If you watch those Unova 153 and like the weird adventures I went on with friends, you were like fully prepared to experience what my Vine account was back in the day. What are the shiny odds in Rumble? Probably 1 in 8192. Still don't fully know. Maybe we'll know soon. What kind of anime do I watch? Pretty much anything that's good, I guess. Like, this season I'm watching Dr. Stone. I love that show. I just like a lot of shonen stuff for the most part. Kind of the basic stuff. I've watched some more obscure stuff too. But I never go into like the realm of super crazy fan service-y stuff unless it's like Kill la Kill, because Kill la Kill is sick. Had to check all those Clefables. Gotta see if they had the green tip on the ear. That one's sparkling, but she doesn't have the green tip on the ear. What's the attack move on my Aerodactyl? It's Iron Tail. It wrecks house. Clears through these levels. Especially here in Rocky Cave where there are a lot of rock and ice types. One hit like almost everything. It's a good move. Oh yeah, I love My Hero Academia too. I forgot, that's airing. Like, I've been reading My Hero Academia for a while, so I'm fully caught up on that. But I've been watching it as I go too, because this season's going to be incredible. I was like an anime only on that up until like the end of last season, and I couldn't handle it anymore and just started reading it. Are you trying to vibe check me, Vito? Yeah, Dr. Stone is one of my favorite things I've watched in a long time. I really enjoyed Mob Psycho 100 Season 2 earlier this year, too. I think it's between those two right now for my favorite anime this year. Later, Katie. Yeah, dude, RJ knows how good Dr. Stone is. Golbats don't look like Golbats. Yeah, they're like very round. Their proportions just aren't right. But that's how a lot of these toy Pokemon are. Sometimes, like, if you see the silhouette of a toy Pokemon, it's really hard to make out what it is. Have I watched Overlord? That's one I haven't watched. I haven't watched too many, like, isekai things recently. Is this the game for the Nintendo Wii? Yep, it's the only one that has shinies in it. Or random shinies, that is. Oh yeah, I gotta start Demon Slayer as well. I watched the first episode, like, when it first came out. Like, I watched the very first episode, and I'm like, I'm gonna follow this weekly. And then I forgot to watch it for a few weeks, and now, like, I think it's almost pretty much done airing. And people have been, like, talking about how good it is for a while. So I think, like, I'm probably going to just go and binge it someday while shiny hunting. I'm really looking forward to that. And not necessarily binge it all at once, but, like, I'm talking, like, maybe watch, like... I consider... My definition of binging is watching, like, 4 episodes in a night at a time. It's a very weak definition of binging, but it's what I can do with the time I've got. You found a shiny Girder and a shiny Love Disc while donking around. Was that a reference to me talking about donking on low-level wild Pokemon in my most recent Gauntlet? I haven't seen Fire Force either. There's a lot of really good stuff from recent seasons. That and, like, Vinland Saga that I haven't seen any of at all. And I'm kind of excited to have, like, just anime that I know is good from the people who have said it's good, because, like, there are some people who I just really trust their tastes on things like that, and they say it's really good. So just having something that I know I can watch someday that's going to be really good is always very exciting, that I haven't already seen. Oh yeah, One Piece is also something I watch as a go. Super chat from Jeremy Matthews. Thank you. You got me into training Pokemon to level 100. Thanks. That's awesome. What all have you trained? Appreciated the super chat, and I love the Yu Yu Hakusho picture. If that is Yu Yu Hakusho, I think it is. Brotherhood is like 10 years old? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's wild to think about. How much longer till I end the stream? We're in the last 30 minutes right now. Yeah. Water check. Alright, I'll drink some water. Stay hydrated. Delicious. Thanks, Zim. All of these attacks are eclipsing the new Pokemon that spawn in. So I have to wait for the attack to finish so I can see what spawned in to make sure it's not shiny. Golduck, Steelix, and Scizor. Those are solid picks. Like, 2 really cool, like, Metal Coat evolutions and Golduck. Like, you don't see level 100 Golduck often. That's sick. That is right, Obscenity B. Sorry. Unfortunately, this is the only Rumble that has random shinies. Most likely because the My Pokemon Ranch models already had the textures for shinies, and they had to make new models for all the new 5th generation and up Pokemon in the later Rumble games. Probably just didn't feel like making shiny textures, so there aren't shinies in those games. Oh yeah, it's so hard to keep track of what day of the week new anime comes out. Well, what I do for a Klondike bar, this might be blasphemous, but I'm not a huge fan of ice cream sandwiches, like Klondike bars. So admittedly, I wouldn't do very much for one. Have I ever considered drinking Poltegeist? I don't know what that would do to me. The ghost tea? Does it even have caffeine? That's a good question. Been thinking about Luigi's Mansion with that, because and like the hour of 3 that I played with some friends last night, some of the sinks were dripping green water, and that made me think of Poltegeist a little bit. Have I seen the leaks? No, I haven't, and I'm gonna try and keep it that way, personally. I try and avoid them myself. But hey, if you enjoy reading things ahead of time, then good on you. No worries. Your favorite anime is Hunter x Hunter? That's some good taste right there. That's one of my all-time favorites, too. I watched through all of that back in 2015, and like, oh man, it was a roller coaster ride. The episodes just flew by. I think that's the fastest I've ever watched 148 episodes of anything. You got a shiny boss room Cubone? Oh, that's sick. It's always so cool whenever it's one of the minions like that. What was the shiny? It was a Poliwhirl. What's my favorite playthrough movie I've made? It's kind of mostly out of sentiment, more so than like I think the quality of it. But I think my favorite that I ever made was the Butterfree solo run that I did back in like 2011 or 2012, back when I was in like high school. Because that was just an idea that came to me one day, and I just acted on it, and it turned out to be really fun making a movie about that experience. It was my first time really trying to make something in that style, and it was like, I don't know, like, starting making a video like that is probably what kicked off my love so much for making more Pokemon videos. Like, I was already enjoying it a lot before then, but I was seeing this channel as more of a side channel where I just had fun from, like, my main channel where I was, like, thinking about doing, like, Let's Plays, and I was doing a bunch of Guitar Hero videos back in the day. I think that video was a huge pivoting point, because that's when I started to think, I like Pokemon videos more. This is so much more fun. And that's whenever that I think making that movie was what like set in stone that making Pokemon videos is my main thing from here on out. So yeah, that's my favorite movie I've ever made. I'm looking forward to making the Sword and Shield one too. No idea how that's going to turn out, and that's the most exciting part. Not knowing what I'm going to be doing whenever I get into it. Have I read or watched JoJo's? I have not. That is something that I really need to watch or read through someday. It's iconic. There are like hundreds of references like all the time that I'm never getting because I don't know JoJo's. So I think I am very due on a JoJo's read sometime. And there's an Azelf just chilling. Some crazy potential shinies on this floor. Like Azelf or Mr. Mime would be so sick. Right next to each other. Yes, Absol, I mean, Ultra Necrozma was difficult for me to beat on my first Usum playthrough. I was using a kind of weird team. Like, I think my Jellicent was the MVP on my team for it. I was originally making a movie for my Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon playthrough, but I just didn't get enough footage. It was the same for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But I don't think I'm going to have that same problem with Sword and Shield because it'll be a truly new experience to me. Like, playing through Kanto again and playing through Alola again, it was a lot harder to try and actually gather real footage to, like, make a movie out of it. Because it wasn't as much of a blind playthrough, or there wasn't as much special to it as me just enjoying the game. Yeah, I do live in Louisiana. Yeah, I did get one shiny already. Trying to make it 2 before I end the stream in a few minutes. Oh yeah, the Totem Lurantis. Yeah, that one's difficult. I remember, like, if you don't take that thing out, I think I took it out with a Fire Z move or something and really cheesed it. Because when I wasn't using that Fire Z move, Solar Blade, all the things it spawns in, that thing is tricky. Totem Mimikyu is also tricky because, like, there's no way to one-shot it. Maybe if you're, like, using maybe a really, really strong Marowak with Boomerang or something. But yeah, some of those totems were legitimately challenging for me, which was a nice breath of fresh air. Yeah, you can call me Absol or Matt. Some people call me Umbrella. So you can call me Umbrella too if you really want. That's a very new thing to me, though. I'm not used to being called Umbrella. I get taken aback by it. Oh, wait, they're reaching out to me by saying Umbrella. I enjoy Lurantis regularly. I'm a big fan of Lurantis, actually. The Totem Lurantis was just tough. Was it actually a shiny Dugong? That's another one that I wouldn't mind skipping over because I have a duplicate of it. If you noticed a shiny Dugong, I'd be thoroughly impressed, though. It might have just been a normal sparkling one. Or did you get a shiny Dugong yourself, Kami? Umbrella blogs Donkey Kong. You know that's not entirely inaccurate with how much Donkey Kong speedrunning I've been doing lately. That's like an alternate universe me for sure. Yeah, it's just faster to avoid most of the enemies. Like, my main goal isn't to make, like, the coins from this. My main goal is to find the shinies. So I don't really finish any of the runs that I do unless I find a shiny. Just a shiny hunting strategy. Matt vlogs Minecraft. What a world that would be if I was a Minecrafter. What's my favorite type? Oh, I don't know. Possibly Psychic. Psychic's really cool. And I don't know, the move Psychic is all-reliable. That move has carried me through so many Pokemon games that gotta give respect to Psychic. Oh, it sparkled when it was captured, I see. Yeah, like, I think the Pokemon, whenever they topple, they emit sparkles from the ground. It can definitely fool someone whenever to make it look like shiny sparkles, because, like, Pokemon might walk over it and it looks like, oh, there's sparkles there. Can the totems call in shinies? No. I think in most of them, if not all of the main trials, the game goes into a shiny locked mode, where all of the wilds that you find during the actual trial itself can't be shiny, including the Pokemon that the totem calls in, which is a kind of nice mechanism. It prevents random uncatchables, which is nice, because, like, there would be so many points during the game where they would be uncatchable like that. You main me Sword Fighter? Oh, that's so tough for DDD, the one I main. I fight against a really good me Sword Fighter pretty frequently at the weeklies. In fact, it was the me Sword Fighter Mystic X Star who drank glue on stage, if y'all are familiar with that meme. It wasn't actually glue, it was vanilla pudding in a glue bottle, but it got some traction. Oh yeah, the Fiery MZ. That is your best friend in that Totem Lurantis fight. I've never played Sacred Gold. I'm not exactly sure what Sacred Gold is. I don't play many Pokemon ROM hacks at all, honestly. I've played a couple like 3rd gen ones way back in the day, but like when it comes to like anything after that, I'm really never touched them. What's my favorite sport? That's a tough one. I've never really been super into most sports, honestly. Like, I guess my family just didn't watch many sports and stuff when I was growing up, so I just didn't really get super into any of them. But I really enjoy watching hockey. That's a fun one to watch. Also, just, I guess, the environment of being at a football game is really welcoming, even though I don't pay super much attention to the sport. When it comes to sports kind of stuff, I mostly watch, like, esports. And I don't even really watch like League or Rocket League and stuff like that. I mostly watch like fighting game stuff like Smash or sometimes some of the other fighting games out there. Watching Pokken was really cool at the Pokemon World Championships this year. Setsupen. Hey Matt, frequent a lot of Dallas' streams for the first time watching one of yours. Glad you were able to catch it too. These things are pretty rare for me, so glad for any of y'all who happen upon this stream tonight. It's been nice having y'all in the chat and chatting with y'all. You'll never fully forgive me for not taking Plant Child to the Elite Four in the Let's Go badge quest. Oh, I know. If I had a 7th spot on the team, Plant would have gone all the way. That Vileplume was awesome, but they're just... I don't know. The other 6 Pokemon were what I really wanted to use. Yeah, challenges are everywhere these days. It's kind of cool, though, because, like, people can do the same challenge over and over again, and, like, people have different experiences with it, so it's less about the challenge and more about the person's experience, from what I say. I don't think I'm ever going to, like, make a decision on what kind of videos I'm making based off of, like, what's saturating YouTube or not, because that's never really been the way I've done things. So the level 100 gauntlets will always probably continue and stuff. But it is an interesting observation for sure that, like, Pokemon challenges have become, like, very popular lately. It's very fascinating. Like, there's almost always a new one in my recommended, which is pretty interesting. Hello from Kazakhstan. That's cool. I don't think anyone's greeted me from there before. Hope you're having a good one over there. Greetings back from Louisiana. Hope you're having a good one, Sebastian. Is a shiny guaranteed to topple in this? Yeah, all shinies are guaranteed to topple. They're all guaranteed recruits. Sparkling Pokemon, like they're regular sparkling Pokemon that aren't shiny, they're guaranteed captures. Shiny Pokemon are sparkling Pokemon that are also a different color and they're guaranteed. Pretty awesome. Favorite game series besides Pokemon? Major cop-out to say this, but Smash. But aside from that, the Luigi's Mansion series is great. The Donkey Kong Country series, that's like... Yeah, Donkey Kong Country is my final answer on that one, outside of Smash. Because all of those are such good platformers. Including the new ones, too, like Tropical Freeze, like Donkey Kong Country Returns. Love those games. And I'm starting to really get into Dragon Quest as well. That might become my answer as I play through more of those, but I've only played through half of 11 by now, but I'm already loving it enough to possibly say that. I definitely wouldn't be annoyed if people uploaded their own takes on gauntlets and stuff. It'd be really cool to see someone else's perspective on it, honestly. Some people have, like, messaged me about that, too, in the past. Like, I haven't, like, gone out of my way to look up to see if there are any other people doing level 100 gauntlets out there, but there have definitely been people who've been saying, hey, I'm starting one right now, and I'm going to make a video on it when it's done. It's going to be posted here on my channel, and I think a couple people might have completed them by now, but I don't think I've seen them yet. But I'm never, like, be, like, jealous, upset, or, like, they stole my idea, because, like, gauntlets are less about the challenge themselves, but more about, like, how people take them on, how they choose to take it on, how they accomplished it. So I'd love to see more people take them on sometime. It'd be fun to watch. Odd question, iOS or Android? I chose Android back whenever I was choosing my first, like, smartphone back in 2011. And I've just stuck with it ever since. I don't think I'm switching anytime soon. It seems pretty configurable too, like lots of extra customization features on Android, so I think that's what I'm going to stick with. But yeah, after this run, I think I'm going to do a run through of every level one more time, and I'm going to call it a night for the stream. But it's been a good time tonight. It's been really fun. We found a shiny, which is the most important thing. Gotta have that customary one shiny during the kickoff stream, at least. You tried to do a gauntlet once? Hey, and if you haven't finished it, it's still ongoing. Like, don't fully give up on it just because you haven't played in a while. If that's one of the reasons you might be abandoning it, because that shiny gauntlet I did took me 7 months to complete, and it definitely wouldn't have taken me 7 months if I'd played like the whole time. It would have probably taken me like 3 or 4 weeks tops. It just took me 7 months of spaced out gameplay. What time is the stream ending? After I do a run through of each of these levels. This is the first out of 6 levels. So we'll go through each of these and then we're going to call it a night. But it's been fantastic tonight talking to all of y'all. Did I get Kofagrigus? I didn't. I got a Krokorok in 600 encounters first phase. It was so fast. And I haven't gotten anything since then because I just haven't been hunting as much because I've been trying to get this Let's Go gauntlet out. I'm just now getting back into doing some more hunting, but now it's Rumble weekend. So I'll get back to Kofagrigus eventually, but I think I'm going to save the Krokorok video for being within the Kofagrigus video whenever I do get it, since it's a 50-50. Probably make a compilation for it. What's a gauntlet? It's a series that I do on this channel where I train a Pokemon to level 100 in various ways. That's about it. Level 100 gauntlets, what it's called. Thank you for the $1, Kami. Appreciate it. Congrats on the Deerling Wackadoo. That's sick. That's the shiny that I've always wanted. Doing alright, the mystery. Just wrapping up for the night now, actually. These are going to be my last few runs of the night. This is the second of the 6 levels. Oh my gosh, I want a shiny Chatot or Pachirisu in this game so badly. That's what I want most from here that's not like super rare. Congrats on the shinies, Adrian. Glad you're able to make it to the stream. Oh, look, those are 2 sparkling Pokemon right next to each other. Sparkling Meowth and Rattata, and neither of them are shiny. Not very often you get to see, like, a bunch of sparkling Pokemon in a row. That just makes me think about how rare it really is to find 2 shinies on the same floor. It's absurd. You've been sitting on a shiny Shelmet for the past almost 5 hours. The 3DS is durable. Oh my gosh. I used to take my DS with me everywhere in college with it like slightly on for street passes. And I just remember how long the battery would last with it being like in passive mode. Like I always be surprised when I took it out of my backpack and it would be like blinking red. It happens so infrequently though. I could leave that thing on forever. So cool. Don't street pass nearly as often these days. Because there just aren't as many people with 3DSs anymore. But I think I completed almost all the street pass puzzles in the meantime, so I got my money's worth out of it. Never played any of the other Street Pass games, but they looked very fun. PAX East 2014 was like Street Pass heaven, though. I walked around with Zelgarath there. I actually got to meet him there. Pokemon Blogger 2, the original inspiration for making these videos in the first place. We had a really good time. So much of our time was spent like street passing people, too. I think I street passed the real Chugga Conroy, too, which was really cool. Must have walked past him at some point because he was also there. I gotta go to another convention or something like that someday. It was an unreal experience just being around so much video game and so many people like that. Closest thing I've been to for stuff like that is pretty much like Smash tournaments or Camp Fangamer like a few years ago. Oh my gosh, hunting for the level 1 shiny Giratina is like a dare in itself. The Sinjo Ruins hunts, those are tricky. And just that they take a while. And getting experience from other shinies, yeah, that's like a lifetime of challenges right there, Popple. Maybe I'd use the Poke Radar for the other shinies there. You got 2 Krokorok and a Kofagrigus? Oh, that's sick. That's awesome. I love shiny Krokorok enough in itself that I wouldn't mind getting 2 of them so I could keep one as a Krokorok. I also really like Crocodile, though. I'm on the fence about evolving the one that I have right now. An Audino Gauntlet would be fun. Like, yeah, that'd be really cool to do. I've been looking into some more stuff in black and white. There's some interesting ideas I've had that I'm not going to talk too much about right now because they're not even close to being fleshed out, but I'm thinking about them. Just know I've always got gauntlets on my mind. Like, I could be at work and I get a gauntlet that comes to mind, and I'm pulling up Bulbapedia, looking stuff up. Oh yeah, for sure. If I went to PAX East again, I would definitely hit up Zell. Be so cool to hang out again. And hey, if you're available too, it'd be cool to hang out with you. Shiny Probopass! Let's go! Oh, that's shiny number 2 of the weekend. That thing took me by surprise. And it's hardy. Sick. We got shiny number 2. On the last 6 runs of the stream. The game knew that I was putting the stream to a close, and I was like, alright, I guess it's time to give him shiny number 2. And we got a Probopass. So it's time to take down this Lapras. Then we can look at it in all of its like gigantic nose beauty on the results screen. Then we can do these last 3 runs and end the stream. It makes me so happy to get 2 in the stream. That's awesome. Can't attack it whenever it has that cloud of anger around it for some reason. I just use my speed to like Iron Tail around it. You know, let's defeat the shiny with our new... I mean, the boss with our new shiny. Earthquake's really good. Let's use Swagger on it. What if it just like attacks itself in its own confusion? That would be funny. This thing's so slow compared to the Aerodactyl. It's been a minute since I've played a peasant Pokemon that doesn't have, like, super speed. Yeah, Audino is how I, like, casually grinded Pokemon to level 100 a lot back in the 5th gen days. Look how slow this is compared to my Aerodactyl, y'all. It's like we're walking through a vat of molasses as a snail who's half alive. There we go. Alright, let's add this Probopass sprite to the thing. Looking for the Probopass sprite in my big folder of sprites. I'm ready for Sprite Cranberry to come back, speaking of Sprite. I love that stuff. I know it was like a meme drink, but it was a really, really good meme drink. Check it out. Probopass. Peasant Pokemon. I'll have to favorite these soon. Appreciate you not saying Banami. Yeah, those things really stare deep into your soul, don't they? Oh, I'm gonna stop the recording real quick and then restart a new one so I know where the shiny is when I'm in editing. Not all meme drinks are bad. Like, I guess a drink has to be pretty good to be a meme drink unless it's like one of those Bon Appetit drinks where it's like, I don't know, an egg mixed with something terrible. And then I'm not going to say what the second ingredient would be because probably someone would hop in and say, I've actually tried that before. It's pretty good. Because I think I have heard of people like cracking eggs in like beverages before. Just does not sound great to me. Sierra Mist Cranberry? Oh, speaking of Sierra Mist, one thing that I will never get over is Mist Twist, like the name. Not only did I like Sierra Mist better with the nice little mountain imagery on it that made me think about the mountains and how cool they are, Mist Twist, the word twist doesn't have an I in it. It was almost like a Mandela effect sort of thing when I noticed that there wasn't an I in missed twist in the second part of it. And it made me almost despise it. Like, I would just look at the missed twist in the student center and just look at it and like, that thing lied to me. It doesn't have the I in the twist. So I don't trust it. I haven't had like a Sierra Mist or Mist twist in like 2 years because of that. Egg plus Sprite cranberry. It's a thing with bar drinks, so yeah, I figured it would be something like that. Don't delve too far at all into the... Actually, I don't even delve at all into the world of bar drinks, but I'm sure there's some good stuff out there. Pepto-Bismol egg smoothie. Ugh. You had a drink with foamed egg in it? Interesting. I'm not going to fully knock egg drinks, because, you know, there's like eggnog and stuff. That was just the first thing I could think of when trying to think of a nasty combination that could become a meme drink that wouldn't be good. But there's protein in it. Oh, just egg white? That makes sense. Egg with mustard Mountain Dew. That reminds me of those like Lay's chips that people would come up with for like the submission contest, and they'd all be terrible, like orange juice plus toothpaste flavored Lay's. And people would actually try and vote for him. Salmonella, yeah. Nog is good in small doses. I discovered the world of eggnog through Fairly Odd Parents back in the day because Timmy's dad was obsessed with it. Oh, if we get one more shiny before the stream is over, that would be crazy. It's not impossible though. That's the thing. Like we might be able to make it happen. Egg in level 100 in Kata's good. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. I wouldn't drink that though. Bug drink. Alright, this is the last run of the night. So let's make it count. I guess I'll start saying my farewells for the stream. It's been a phenomenal time chatting with all of y'all. Like, I don't think I've ever stopped talking because there's always just been something new to talk about in the chat. And like, in fact, there's been so much to talk about in the chat that like I'm sure I've missed so many good potential topics of conversation. So I apologize if I didn't see your message, but it's been a really fun time, and I hope you had a good time as well. If you're hunting anything right now, whether it be shiny hunting just in the games or in Rumble, I wish you the best of luck throughout the weekend. If you're just playing Pokemon, hope you have a good time doing that too. And yeah. Have I ever gotten shinies and gauntlets? Yeah, I've gotten plenty actually. The Youngster Tristan gauntlet, I got quite a few full odds ones. I think in almost all of my 7th gen gauntlets I've gotten a shiny at some point. The Circle of Death. Classic. Oh, you just got here? I'm sorry. Just farm at the boss until I get a shiny so I don't have to leave. That is a possibility, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Most cases here, like outside of Miss Magius, the boss minions aren't that great. If we do get Miss Magius minions, though, I might stick around for like a couple more. I don't know, I might do a couple waves of them. See what happens. Alright, here's our final boss of the stream, Zapdos. Curse of the Gauntlet Chanseys. Oh yeah, how did I not mention the Chanseys? Yeah, I've killed many Chanseys on my gauntlets. And the Aerodactyl died, so that's going to be the end of the run. Thanks so much for sticking around. It's been a really good time. And I hope y'all have a good night. Catch y'all. I was trying to do a peace sign.